What's up, everybody? How you guys doing today? Oh, this was a mistake. There we go. What up, Wolfman? You know, how you guys doing? Kyle, Orhan, how you guys doing? What's going on, everybody? John says, just got Chung, where to use and how to rune. So, John, Chung is actually a pretty good PvE monster. You can use him in TOA, all three TOAs. TOA normal, hell, and hard. You can also use him for an arena offense. If you have Tiana, so Galleon, Tiana, Chung, Pung is actually, not an arena offense, sorry, Guild War offense. Galleon, Tiana, Chung, Pung is a Guild War offense that I use almost every Guild War and occasionally in Siege. Let's see, where else? And you can use them in Arena as well. So, for example, same thing if you have Tiana, right? So I use this, I use the Poseidon version of this more often, but Chung does work as well. So depending, and then of course, obviously Chung is really strong in RTA. So he's just a generally strong all-around monster. You can use him everywhere. He's a good pull. As far as how you're going to rune him, for this type of team, where I've got him right now, I'll show you the runes. It's the same thing for PvE and for any kind of offensive build right here. Now, as far as RTA, he has a lot of different ways to be ruined. You're always going to make him fast, but you could put him on Despair, you could put him on Violent, you can put him on damage build, you can put him on a tank build, so there's a lot of different ways you can rune him for RTA, no one specific way. But if you're using him for something like Arena offense or Guild War or Siege offense, this is how I like to have him built. Obviously, put him on crit damage, that's awesome, but because he needs the max accuracy as well, I went with crit rate and just got a little crit damage through subs and then like a higher attack. And then you want to give him some additional damage on his artifacts as well. What up, Lewis? How you doing, man? Yeah, that's crit rate slot 4. What up, Unfair Bear? How you doing, man? Well, I'm no longer contagious. I still have some minor side effects or minor symptoms or whatever you want to call it. So I guess it's not 100% gone, but it's close enough. Yeah, no worries, John. Leo or Tiana, is that a blessing, I assume, bro? Man, that's a tough blessing. Man. Leo is, see, both of them are super unique. What up, Capo? How you doing, man? Bro, I don't know, man. Couple of questions to ask yourself. First of all, what's your fastest Swift set? Because if you can't do Tiana at like 305, 310, something like that, which is a really fast Swift set, on crit damage, then she's not going to do as much for you. If you can build a good Tiana, you'll use Tiana more often. Leo, when you get to use him, probably is going to be more useful for you, because when you get to use Leo, it's in situations where no other monster really can do what Leo does, whereas Tiana technically is replaceable. The guaranteed strip with the attack bar boost is super unique, but there are other monsters that strip. There's no other monster that limits speed. Still, you're going to use Tiana constantly. You're going to use Tiana more than virtually any other unit, and you're not going to use Leo that often, so I don't know. I guess I would go Tiana. Now that I've like talked it through, as much as it would hurt not to take the Leo, I think I would take the Tiana. Thank you, Spicy. I appreciate it, bro. I actually just trimmed it yesterday. Or just cut it. Really, it was cut because it was like getting a little wild. Ah, oh, bro, that would cause some panic. Yeah, that would cause some panic, Spicy. You know what? I might not be able to kill this Miho. I didn't even pay attention to there being a Miho there. He's max crit, right? Yeah, he's max crit. Okay, we gotta just get this Tiana off the field, I guess, to start. Okay, so Tiana's not max crit. Oh, so close! Come on, you could just stun at least one time, Chung. There we go. What's up, Colin? How you doing, man? I'm doing better. I'm like 97% better. I still have some minor symptoms, but I'm doing much better. I'm doing much better. Yeah, see, Kyle, I only use Tiana if we're rushing 10. I generally don't use Tiana in Siege, because even though Tiana is a guarantee, everything else you put with her is not. But obviously, I use her for Arena. I occasionally will use her for TOA Hell. I do use her for the 10 rush. So I have 3 Tianas, but I've never used the second or third ones. Whereas I do use both Leos. In some Sieges, I use both Leos and wish I had 3 more. But that's more a discussion of dupes. If you talk about only the very first one that you've got, I definitely use Tiana more than Leo. Lewis, so it's kind of playing the account. So there's going to be like, what is this, like a triple revenge Ritesh or something? Oh, what a weird build. Leo Helena is Leo Helena Jean. Well, congrats on the Ganny, at least, Spicy. Rocco, no idea. I expect this probably soon, but I don't get any kind of inside information, so I have no idea at all. What up, Trendy? How you doing? Ty, yeah, I got COVID 2 weeks ago. Unfortunately. But I'm doing much better now. Mickey, so the runes for Cha-Cha are going to be Triple Revenge. Actually, let me just show you the Cha-Cha build, because it's a weird one. So you build them on 205 tick. Oh, crap. It's on the Cha-Cha that I'm ruining. Okay. Or that I'm 2Aing. So you do the 205 tick. This doesn't really show you the stats all that well because this one's not 2A'd yet. Let's see here. So this is what it would look like, except obviously with artifacts as well. A big key here is get the attack as low as you can. I mean, absolutely as low as you can. 205, ooh, so tick has to do with speed tuning. That's a complicated explanation, maybe for another stream, but basically it just means rune your Cha-Cha at 191 speed, I believe. If you have a max speed tower. Should be 191 speed total, not plus 191, but 191 total if you have a max speed tower. Hey, congrats on the Momo, Wolfman. Spicy, yeah, I'm actually starting to get pretty close to max. Like, I'm actually getting worried about what I'm gonna do. I may have to start unsummoning stuff in a few months. Let's see. Anybody else? What's the Leo Helena? So since I've got the runes out, I can show you the builds. That's okay. For the offenses, I can show builds. Defenses, obviously, we're not going to show any runes. However, first we have to find Helena. Helena, where are you? Calling Helena. Calling Helena. There she is. Zenkai, I'm in Mithril. Would Belinus work as a replacement in the Leo, Helena, Jean team? In theory, he would, John. Helena's turn cycling is, it's a big deal because she gets the attack bar absorb as well, right? Belinus gets a little attack bar absorb. It's less. So, I don't know. I've never tested it. In theory, he would, but I would definitely test it before I committed to it. But that's the Helena. Now, I like a tanky Leo for that particular team. So that's the Leo build. And then damage down. And the Jean. See if we can find the Jean here. Man, it's too hard to ever find anything. What I wouldn't give for search by name, or even that new filter they put in monster storage. Why couldn't they have at least put that into regular game as well? Yeah, so Aces of War, we tried for about 2 years to make tournament, and we just were unable to make tournament. We got really close a couple of times. We were like one win. Twice we were 1 win away, and once we were just a second place finish away. But we never made tournament. And then season before last, a lot of players decided to move into guilds that were more likely to make tournament. There was an attempt at a merger, and ultimately the guild was turned into a G1 guild. And both Ace and I were just simply too busy. Select all boss monsters. Ace and I were just simply too busy to keep trying to recruit. Ace actually has been very busy in real life, hasn't been around as much, and I've just been getting stretched too thin and didn't have the energy to go out and try and recruit again. So I moved to APOC, and I also wanted to get in tourney experience. I had never played at the tourney level. It was very different. It was a very big learning experience for me. So I moved to APOC, and then APOC and Mithril merged at the end of last season with the top 15 from each guild moving into Mithril. And so that's how I wound up in Mithril. Anyway, I don't know why I'm still using the Chung, because I do like Poseidon more for this team. It's faster, but it's just what we had loaded. In Fighter, it doesn't really make any difference. What up, Benjamin? How you doing, man? Yeah, I'm very happy there. I'm very happy with it. It's definitely a good group, Trendy. What did I learn participating in the tournament? So I've actually done a couple of videos on this. I have recorded, so it's super late. It's probably not gonna get watched by anybody because it's super late, but I did go 10-0 against Mali in round 4 of the tourney. And I recorded the video. Like, the video is literally recorded, but with COVID, I went on a 2-week vacation at the end of the tourney season, and then I got COVID for 2 weeks. So I haven't posted any videos. And I have 4 videos that are actually recorded. They're ready to be edited. And hopefully next week, I will be able to start to get, a little bit of these videos out. And I talked a lot about what I learned by going to a tourney guild in that video on in the Mali video. But I don't know if I learned that much specifically in tournament. Tournament was intense. It was a lot of fun. Probably one of the most fun things I've ever done in Summoner's War. Like, just sitting there on a group call with the guild and strategizing and everything else. Tourney was so much fun. As far as the regular season goes, one of the big things that I've learned is how to miss bombs, apparently. Other than that, one of the big things that I've learned in the regular season is, you know, when I was in, even like when I was in G3, and we would talk about rune swapping, and I still personally wish that rune swaps were not a thing, because I think it diminishes the need to farm a little bit. But with that said, I understand more now, for example, what rune swapping is. And not even just why it's done, but when we talk about rune swapping, I always just thought it meant like, I don't know. I thought like your best runes would magically just land on your best monster every time, or it's kind of hard to explain, but it's not exactly what I always envisioned it as. It's a ton of preparation. I guess that's the thing. That's what I was trying to say. Like, to me, when you would talk about people in high guilds rune swapping, I just kind of felt like they were using one set of runes for the entire siege and just moving that set of runes around and around, and that's not the case at all. That's not the case at all. And so for somebody like me who has an extremely deep account, it's very different. So like Kyle just said, rune swapping uses your top 3 to 200 runes, and it's more important than depth. And that's true for some players. There's some players who basically have every rune in their box mapped, and it's not even the top 2 to 300, it's more like the top 100, 150. For somebody like me who has depth, what it means is figuring out how to organize my 600 monster box in a way that I can rune swap quickly, because trying to go through 2,800 runes and find the rune you need to rune swap when you're in a situation where you have to make an attack quickly is not possible. And so it was figuring out systems for rune swapping, and it's actually a ton of work and it's a ton of prep. And I recorded a video. One of those videos I said that I have recorded explains exactly what my process is to prepare for Siege. And that video hopefully will be coming out in the next week. But yeah, it's kind of complicated to explain, but I'm not as anti-rune swapping now as I was before. I still am not a fan of it. I still wish it wasn't part of the game, because I still feel like offenses have gotten way too easy in Siege. And part of the reason they're so easy is because of that ability to rune swap. But the counter to that is that the preparation required to be able to face any of a range of unknown defenses while having an absolutely enormous amount of monsters to draw on is pretty intense. And even if you are rune swapping, the preparation that you're doing is still a whole lot of strategy. James, because I'm using double attack bar boosters, they're built more slowly. Now I can't attack anything. Oh, I can do it on my defense. Wait, there you go. Defense, test, here you go. So the Ciara is actually just speed, attack, plus 2300 attack with bomb damage on the artifacts, and attack increasing effect actually matters more than bomb damage. So she has attack increasing effect and bomb damage. The John is triple attack, same thing, attack up effect and bomb damage on the artifacts. And then the Bastet's just like a really generic Swift build, and then the main speed is on the Tiana. Yeah, that's pretty accurate, Trendy. Yeah, you got it, James. What up, Rahul? How you doing, man? Lewis, I've had that come up on occasion. It's come up for me on occasion. First question for you is going to be, do you have this box checked? Ignore runes and higher priority monsters, because this supersedes locked runes. And then if you're not using that, then when that's happened to me, because it has happened to me a couple of times, I just exclude the monster or the rune that it's locking. So like, let's say it's trying to pull runes from my route, I just exclude the route. I have no idea what causes it, but it usually does go away after a while. Again, I have no idea what causes it, but I know that excluding the locked rune, or maybe it's, it's trying to use like rune 1583, so excluding the rune or the monster solves it for me. What up, Rob? How you doing, man? Yeah, Gabriel, that's basically what I do. Yeah, you got it, Lewis. Alright, guys, so I think we're ready. Stream regulars, you all know I like to give people a little bit to find the stream, but I think we are ready to get started. So, I feel my energy is a little bit down today. So I think we're going to do the replays later in the stream, because those use a lot of energy. I think maybe I'm still recovering. Like I said, I'm like 95, 97% better, but my energy levels are still impacted by COVID. I feel like this is showing on stream. Like, my thoughts are not quite as clear. I'm just a little sluggish, so bear with me, guys. Bear with me, but I think what we're going to start with, so if we're not going to do the replays, we'll start with a drawing for the takeover. Let's start with the takeover drawing. Trendy, I'm still using the same box as last season. Still using the same box as last season. What up, Christopher? How you doing? So I just posted into chat how you can draw, or how you can enter the drawing. Oh, rip Lewis. The Rift conversions are so expensive that I'm not sure I really even want to use them. I'm maxed on a lot of stuff, but man, it's like 100k to convert 70 or 50 for the condensed crystals. But I had like 6,000 condensed crystals already anyway, so still trying to figure out what'll work for me for first pick this season. I think we need to see what happens with the patch. Riley obviously super vulnerable to a bulwark counter, but it's nice when they don't draft bulwark, but it's not nice when they go CC. So let's do this. Yeah, Gal, the Dark Demon is awfully hard to succeed with in the current meta, because his passive says that if he gets reset, the thing is, if you reset him, he's a dead pick, because he's completely squishy, so everything in this meta generally resets. And then when it doesn't reset, you have teams like this, where your entire team is just going to get mowed down, and either way, it's just kind of risky. There's situations where you can use them, but it's pretty rare. It's pretty rare. Skylover dropping the member chat, says coughing like crazy, took the test, no COVID-19, no excuse to leave work. Sky, so do me a favor, make sure you test again, because I tested negative my first day, and then I did wind up testing positive after. So make sure you test twice. Oh, I wanted him not to die there. Well, that works. You know what? Riley's in front of Carnell, isn't he? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, Dark Demon is meant for long fights, though. He's not meant for short fights. So using him with CC units, he doesn't do anything for you. I do kind of want to try Shizuka Beelzebub. I just haven't figured out. See, like, Oliver first pick, so Beelzebub's already not a viable option for me this match. Mine is not what you would expect, Rob. There you go. The problem is Masha. So I've tried Masha. I've tried Masha a fair amount. Masha does not fit well into my team. And the reason for that, Masha herself is OP, but Masha and Julienne serve very similar roles. Does this leave me without enough sustain? Over Shizuka. You know what? Yeah, let's do this. Does this commit me to banning the Oliver? It does, yeah. Okay. Average speed of a bruiser team, John, it can be played anywhere from 220 to 270. My first G2, my average bruiser was 225. Last season, my average bruiser was 270. Both of them were G2 finishes. It's just different builds and different draft styles. What up, Noir? How you doing, man? I think I lose this one. I lose this one. He banned right. He banned well. And that's GG. Double resist. That hurt. He's spent already, right? Yeah, let's do this. Oh, good proc. I don't know, but I missed the Gianna HOH. Ooh, good proc for him. No, the last thing I pulled was Cadiz. That was, dude, stop procking. Yeah, the last LD I pulled was Cadiz. That was, I don't know, coming up on 6 months ago, and I cannot make Cadiz work. So what I was talking about earlier, as far as the problem with Masha, Masha herself is absolutely OP. The problem I run into with Masha is that Masha and Julienne take up very similar roles, and Julienne is a better unit than Masha and fits better into my overall team. So if I first pick Masha, then I struggle to get Julienne into the drafts. and that makes me less effective overall because Julienne's really Julienne and Volantis are my best two LD5s, but Volantis doesn't play as well into my type of team. So Julienne is my best LD5 in terms of synergy, in terms of what I'm running and everything else. And when I first pick Masha, I lose my best LD5 as an option. That's the real reason, that's the real issue I'm having with first pick Masha, because otherwise first pick Masha would be perfect for me. But I don't have the right LD5s that synergize with Masha. If I had an LD5 that synergized well with Masha, then it would be a very different story. Julienne would fall out of the rotation. Okay. Why do I feel like a Nana's coming? I don't like taking Nana here, but I don't think I can compete without Nana. Good job, Max Resistance Verd. That was not much heal. What a proc. I mean, it was dead with the Masha anyway, but the proc was so unnecessary right there. Oh, that sleep. Good job, Max Resistance Verd. Well, yeah, he definitely was built max accuracy on his Masha, I'm sure. What up, Amon? How you doing? Yeah, the problem is Cytex, Nana plays horribly for me. She was not playing well before... she was, like, Nana was not really doing much for me before the... like last nerf. Actually, yeah, no, Nana just doesn't. Nana's not very good anymore, man. Nana works in super aggressive teams. Like if you have Narsha, Nana is amazing. But Nana works in just super aggressive YOLO style teams, which I don't really play all that often. So she doesn't do much for me. What up, Marsh? How you doing, man? Yeah, well, you got to remember this early in the season, first of all, the people who are playing tend to be stronger people, and second is this early in the season, like, yeah, rankings don't mean nearly as much. Oh, I forgot she's on Revenge. Man, the Juno was a bad pick. Juno was a bad pick. Crap. Oh, toxic proc. Wait, does Juno get a turn? Revenge! Thank you! Oh, I knew she was gonna revenge for me there. Dude, okay, Juno was an OP pick. I am psychic, man. I am psychic. No. Oh, bad proc. Dude, did Dominic just one-shot my Juno? Dominic just one-shot Juno? Are you kidding me right now? I mean, come on, bro. He one-shot a fire unit with no setup. That's excessive. So when making an RTA team, what's the best approach for trying not to lump all your best runes in the first monsters you run through the optimizer? Lewis, I've done a video on that one. That's a long answer, but if you search my channel for RTA for Nerds, that will answer your question, because that's a really long answer. It really involves me demonstrating a process, but it's basically just selecting all your monsters and then prioritizing those monsters, running the build in order. You're going to wind up having your best runes lumped on those monsters, so you just want to make sure that the monsters that you're building first are where you want those best runes to be. Dominic, Masha, Shizuka, Ciara, Wunsa. By the way, somebody asked if Wunsa was more recent. Yeah, Wunsa is more recent. I forgot about Wunsa because I don't use Wunsa anywhere. I tried him out a little bit and I could not make him work, like at all for me. So Dominic, Masha, Shizuka, Ciara, Wunsa. No, that would not be very good, because if they ban the Wunsa, you have no strip. You'll be very weak to CC. Because even if you take first turn, it won't help you out. Honestly, I don't actually think Dominic is that busted. I really don't. I think Dominic is okay, but he has no speed lead, and he's a very strong situational pick, but he's not like a strong early pick. You can't run Dominic out. I've tried Dominic first pick, he just gets CC'd. So, he's not as busted as like we say he is. I mean, honestly, like he's not that much stronger than Fang, or plenty of other monsters can do lots of damage. Plenty of other monsters can be in bruiser builds and do lots of damage. Here we just ban the Lulu, right? I could ban, if we ban the Chiwu, Then I would need... Oh, here we go. Speaking of Dominic, there we go. Ban the Chi would bring the Dominic. I just need to control the Tessarium. Outspeed may not be a kit weakness, but dead to CC is a kit weakness. Dominic, Benedict, Masha, Nana. So I wouldn't put Nana into a core for almost any team right now unless you have Narsha or something else that can just one shot right at the start. Oh, Braden, let me show it to you again in stream. Okay. What up, Brozer? How you doing, man? Okay, so a couple of major differences. Yeah, I've got Dominic on that same build that you're talking about. Molong performs pretty badly against CC as well. But, see, the thing is, you're never going to first pick Molong. Obviously, I mean, I guess some people will, but if you first pick Molong, you're begging to be CC'd. Molong tends to be built tankier, but the other thing is Dominic needs a proc to kill something. Dominic needs a proc to one-shot something. Molong will one-shot something if you can get him a turn early on. So it's not the same thing because Molong can snipe out an enemy unit and that breaks up the cycle of control. Dominic can only snipe out an enemy unit if he gets a proc, but the problem is that Dominic will usually be procking out of stun or something. So if Molong gets the proc out of stun, he can snipe an enemy unit. He can also do an AoE stun and break up the control. So Molong is not as dead to CC as Dominic is. Yeah, here's the Masha runes, but keep in mind this is not a standard Masha build. I don't even know if it's a particularly good Masha build. She's not prioritized in my rune builds. So she's built specifically tuned to my team. Again, Dominic's strong, bro. I'm not knocking Dominic. I think Dominic is SS tier right now. He's S plus or SS tier, but he's not broken. I wouldn't put him on the same page as Lima, and I think he's maybe equal to Molong or maybe a little behind Molong. Yeah, that was also later in the fight, Rahul, and he got some lucky crits. Yeah, Brazy, Masha, since her buff, because now she puts up that immunity, you want Masha to be tanky so she can live for a while. Alright, so he just told me he's banning the Leo. Not a surprise there. He's banning the Leo. He's gonna get one kill. Wow! Ooh, nice bluff, but that's okay. Leo nerfs the Miles as well as the Masha. Yeah, Lima's the single strongest monster in RTA right now. Lima's the #1 unit in RTA. Yeah, Cytex, like I said, you could call them equal. I think calling them equal is fair, but I wouldn't call them anything more than equal. So if you think that Dominic is overtuned, then you also think that Molong is overtuned. should have banned the Leo there. The Leo nerfed his team way too much. That was also an artifact win, though. I'm pretty sure my Dominic is damaged down on water for that exact reason. Actually, no, my Dominic's not. Every other unit is damaged down on water. Dominic's the only one who's damage up on water. Maybe I should change him. Actually, yeah, let's change that artifact. This is what, HP? Yeah. Okay, 15. Oh, that's perfect. That's so much better. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Ooh, which way do I go here? I think the additional, with 5 hits, the additional on attack would add up. I think we do additional. Ideally, what we just want is probably damage on dark. There it is. So the thing is, like Trendy said, Masha does speed scaling damage, faster your attack speed, and faster your attack speed. But if you build Masha on a super, like if you build Masha weird, if you just build her kind of like my Masha, for example, is nerfed less against the Leo than other Mashas are, but my Masha is also not a major damage dealer. Why damage dealt on dark? Because I tend to use Dominic against Ragdoll. And also, sometimes I wind up facing Gianna's with him. And so pure damage, in this case, honestly, it's kind of iffy. The additional damage by attack may have been better. I'm not going to lie, I think the additional damage by attack was probably better in this case, but my Dominic doesn't have crazy high attack. So 6% of about 2200 after towers is 140 damage per hit, so that's about 700 extra damage total. On the skill 2. 700 damage extra total against all elements. Whereas if his skill 2 does, you know, let's say 20,000 total damage through all the hits together, and we get an extra 4% on dark, that's 800. So I now hit Ragdoll's and Gianna's harder than if I kept the additional damage by attack, but I hit everyone else a little bit weaker. However, knowing how I use Dominic, I did want that extra damage versus Dark. It's just I wanted something more like 6 or 8%. That 4% damage on Dark's a little bit low. That's the thing. The 4% is just a little bit low. I think I lost this draft. I drafted way too fast. I wasn't paying attention. He outdrafted the hell out of me. Like, he way outdrafted me here. Obviously, having Lima Gianna as your last 2 picks does help you outdraft people. I did not see the Lima Gianna coming. That does help you outdraft people, but the Leo with, like me drafting Leo with Masha together was not ideal. that was a big proc for me. That was a big proc for me. That was a bigger proc for him, though. That's GG. So close! So close! Is that a triple revenge Lima? Probably. She usually is. It's also a super squishy Lima. Dude, Miles, come on, man. 100% proc, bro. 100% proc. Like, he's procced every single turn. Left side already. If you're talking about attribute artifact, I guess. Well, let me show you what I've got. Usually it's just damage reduction because you want him to live. Oliver's meant for a longer fight. Yeah, so I'm damage down from light, wind, and dark. Ragdolls, basically. Limas is probably not the... Actually, now that I look at it, I'd probably rather he be, especially right now, damage down from fire because of Masha, right? That's not very good. That's not very good. That's not terrible. Is that better? It's almost better. Not quite. Damage from fire. We want damage down from fire, wind, and water. That would be the ideal. Damage dealt on water. Damage down from fire and wind. So this is slightly better. Pretty much you want all these types of units just to be defending against Mo Long, right? What up, Vlad? The first giveaway is open. I was doing some wings because we only have 5 people in, so I was just giving people a chance to get in. Like the additionals here. How much defense do I have? Yeah, I'm tanky, right? Additionals with damage down on water. I feel like maybe this is actually a better artifact. It's not the artifact I want. It's really not the artifact I want. It's just a better artifact in this case, I guess. Damage on wind, damage from water. I think I like the additionals more. So Lewis, there may only be one drawing because the account takeover is a bigger thing. I haven't done these before. And I said we'd do some replays as well, so I'm only guaranteeing one drawing, just so you know. What up, Rifa? How you doing, man? What up, Empathy? What's going on? No, this one, so still trying to figure out how to counter Masha. This has been what I've been testing right now. I don't feel like this is gonna work once I get into G3 though. I really don't. She has some speed scale damage, right? But man, he's got so much cycling here against the Leo. Maybe if we try like Antares Riley? Taurus is Rune this time, right? Yeah, okay. I've been drafting so many unruned units this season. If he bans the Riley, he absolutely wrecks me with this. He wrecks me no matter what, right? The Shizuku is a stupid pick. Shizuka was a stupid pick. Shizuka was a stupid pick, yeah. What up, T-Monster? How you doing? Quick question. To run Tricaru Belial, would one need max towers? I mean, technically, no. It's all about... So that team is all about runes, right? And if you don't have max towers, but you've got great runes, then the runes can offset it. But it's hard for people even with... Like, put it this way. It's really hard for me to... dude, that proc! Stop procking! On the other hand, he did just give me AoE defense break, didn't he? Alright, let's do that. Perfect. Do this. Oh, close. Okay, Antares is in front, right? Yeah, Antares is in front. Okay. Wait, no, the unhung guts! Ah, not good, not good. Uh-oh. Dead Antares? Take a turn, bro! Take a turn, Antares! No. Dude, how many times are you gonna proc, man? You and your procs. Oh, that was nice. Okay, I stand corrected. Shizuka was a pretty good pick. Let's get you dismounted. Yeah, Shizuka worked out really nicely here. Peg Leg Greg becoming a channel member. Love the name too. Peg Leg Greg, thank you very much for becoming a channel member, man. Very much appreciate it, bro. Thank you very much, man. So Peg Leg, do me a favor, in our Discord server, do an @moderators. If you're not in our Discord server, I'll drop the link into chat right here. Do an @moderators. They're going to give you a channel member role or a channel supporter role so that you get access to some additional chats in Discord as well. Thanks again for becoming a channel member, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, Unfair Bear, I'll show you the Verd runes. Here we go. Do this so you can see Artie's. Little squishy than I would like. I'm trying a new build this season. So far, I actually like it. Normally, I have him tankier with... this time I gave him a lot more damage. So speed, crit rate, attack. But I gave him more damage and I've been pretty happy with it. Yeah, Spicy Monkey, this is actually like the Summon Stream t-shirt. Summon Stream t-shirt. And then these are the artifacts. Yeah, the accuracy is all innates, bro. I couldn't get rid of it. It bugged me, but it's where is it now? So we've got 4 innate here. We've got 5 innate here. And then we've got this one, but I mean it's 43% rune, so I didn't have a different choice there. I'll show you something really weird, just a really weird thing. All the highest attack runes on my account are revenge. 43, 42, 37. I don't understand it. For some reason, all the highest attack runes on my account are revenge. This one would have actually been a really nice rune, but I needed the 8 resistance to make the max res build. So, and then here I could technically gem in the res over the crit rate, but I still get the accuracy, so it doesn't help anything. What up, Wojo? How you doing, man? All right, let me get caught up on chat. We're gonna do our account takeover drawing. Before I do the drawing, I'm gonna flash the entries one more time, and I'm gonna explain to you guys. So people have been asking me for 2 years to do account takeovers. So this one will be actual account takeover. We're not putting a 30-minute time limit on it. I expect I'll be on the account for maybe an hour, but that's just a guess. let me get caught up on chat and then we'll get into that. So Blaze said to run the Tricaru Belial, so I answered that. Yeah, basically runes make up for towers. If your towers aren't maxed, you need better runes, but it's awfully hard even for like endgame players to build that team with max towers. The runes that are required on that team are pretty nuts. So if your towers aren't maxed, the odds are you don't have the runes that you need. And then right after that, Lewis said he runs it. So there you go. I guess if you farmed a lot of runes and you have not farmed towers, then maybe you can run it. I don't know. Juno, as you can see, I did not do the first drawing. Okay, Rahul. Yeah, so without Leo, you could try the YOLO Nemesis. Daphnis, that for sure makes sense. Skylover, stop going into Heist. If you're losing in Heist, take a break from Heist. Unrealized asks if I'm planning another Rift at another go at Rift anytime soon. Probably not, bro. I'm not. I haven't done any rune farming. I have farmed up some better artifacts because I've been doing a ton of artifact farming. So I think I could add a little bit of damage just from better artifacts at this point. But I don't have any new monsters that are going to impact me in Rift. I don't have any new runes that are going to impact me in Rift. So I don't think I would climb all that much. For the amount of work it takes to move all those runes and everything, let's see, we're 8. So I did drop a little bit on Dark, huh? Dropped a little bit on Dark. But we're 8, 3, 5. The water one needs to be done, and then 11, right? So that's why I dropped in Dark, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I would literally be running back the same team. I have farmed some fight runes, so my fight runes are actually a little bit better, and my artifacts are a little bit better. So I suppose in theory I could try and push for something, but I don't think I'm ready yet. I think like maybe in a few more months. There's got to be a reason, because it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. So there's got to be a reason for me to like believe that I'm going to move up. And right now I think the most I'd move up is a spot or two, which doesn't make it worth that much work. Unless I sat there and just farmed for like 10 hours for the perfect run. But when I make these Rift runs, I've only ever done them like on stream, and then after stream I just put all the runes back. So it's really just like, you know, half an hour of running on each Rift. Just a reminder, by the way, guys, if you're enjoying the stream, please smash that like button. It's going to help us get a larger stream. Larger stream means more in chat, although today I might be a little bit, as you can see, I'm struggling a little bit to keep up with chat a little bit, but still. No, Kyle, it's open, man. It's open. You can still get in. I'm going to draw in about 30 seconds. Going to draw in about 30 seconds here. All right, guys. So this is what we're planning for today. Dean, you do exclamation point points like this. This is what we're planning for today. The winner of the account takeover. I'm going to look through your box, and keep in mind, I will be making changes to your account, and I am not rebuilding your account from the ground up. So you may be left with monsters that are broken. You may be left with, you know, runes that are in different places than you expect. I am going to take your account, I'm going to put your box together in a way that I feel like it makes sense, and then I'm going to shift some runes around. I'm not running everything through the optimizer. It's a 16-hour day for me to build an account like that. But I'm going to shift some runes around in manual builds to give you an idea of the directions I think the build should be. Then we're going to do some wings. We're going to see how the team works. If the team is working well, then we're done. If the team is not working well, then we're going to make some more tweaks and see if we can find you an RTA team that's working for you. Now, when I'm done, you're still going to need to rebuild your monsters. Just, I want to be very clear about that. We are moving runes around in an effort to find a team and some tuning that's going to work for you, but we're not rebuilding your team from the ground up. I expect to be on your account for about an hour, could be an hour and a half, could be a little bit less. Like if you have a great box that's already well built and there's not much for me to do, maybe we'll be on and off quick and you'll get a pat on the back. If you have a box that has a lot of work to do, maybe we'll be on there longer, but I'm going to do my best to try and find a way to get you set up to do better than you're doing now. That's what we're doing for the account takeover. After the account takeover, we're going to be doing some RTA replays, something people have been asking me to bring back for a couple of months. And then once we see how much time we have left from there, we'll decide if we're going to do one more account takeover. So that's the parameters, guys. That's what we're looking at. Marsh, if you don't have wings and you win, we can still look through the box and shift a couple of builds around, but we can't test it. So there's, you know, your mileage may vary factor right there. All right, guys, so that's the deal. Here we go. We are drawing now for the account takeover. Mark Eng getting in just at the very last minute. All right, account takeover is going to... okay, so Sky wants to let Dean enter. Sky, you can do it like this. Use the exclamation point give command. So you type exclamation point give, and then put the number, and then put the user. I'll do one more wing. I'll let you guys, I don't want to run anybody over because I don't know that we're doing 2 of these yet. I'm going to do one more wing. At the end of this wing, we're drawing. So guys, if you want to transfer points, if you want to increase your entries, whatever it is, at the end of this wing, we're going to be doing our drawing. So it's going to be exclamation point and then give, and then the number, and then the name of the person. So it'd be like this. Here's the Volantis build, by the way. Takes the Juno, huh? Is this a situation where I could get away with Beelzebub? Maybe. If I do Oliver Beelzebub. Oliver double strip into Beelzebub Riley, but if he bans the Riley, no. Let's try Sekhmet Beelzebub. I feel like that was a bad pick. Sky, it'll give you a message. It'll say it worked. So look, it's gonna be like this. I'm gonna give Dean the 200 points. So he's banning Beelzebub for sure, right? Can I kill this Fire Ryu? If he bans Beelzebub, does my Sekhmet outspeed the Nephthys? I think so. If it's a Swift Ryu, I may be in trouble. If it's a Despair Ryu, then I should be able to reset the Nephthys. It is a Swift Ryu. Okay. We still got in front. Okay, perfect. Masher resistance was really bad for me there. Gonna go into the Volantis, right? And glancing does nothing, of course. Ah, oh, Juno's gonna get it. Full heal. I didn't get the kill on the Juno. That attack break. No, not the proc. Not the proc. I'm dead now. Without the Volantis, I don't have damage. Kill. I don't think I can kill the Juno. It's gonna be the problem. Do I reset the Ryu? I think I reset the Ryu here. Have one more turn, right? Okay. Woo-hoo-hoo. That was intense, man. That one was intense. Okay. Bro, that one was intense. All right. Let's see. Do we miss anything on stream? Let's see. Oh, maybe it's the other way around. I'm sorry, Sky. It's give, name, amount. There we go. It's give and then name and then amount. I'm sorry, Sky. I had it backwards. All right, Dean, you are not in yet, but that's because I didn't give it to you correctly. So... So Skylover has 100 tickets in. Vlad has 39. A bunch of people have 20. A few have 10, 12, and then we have Doctor with 3 and Pegleg with 1. All right, guys, here we go. As soon as Dean gets in, we're gonna do the drawing. Dean, it's enter and 1. Yeah, Sky, you went 25,000 points into this thing. You really want this. So. We'll see what happens. You have about actually Noob has 70 entries also. So Juno is up to 40 too. Some people are adding entries in here. I see. Okay, that's a lot of entries in for this one. All right, guys, here we go. Waiting for reply on last comment. I think I missed your last comment, Rahul. So if you want to ask me again, I don't see it, Rahul. It scrolled past. So if you want to ask me again, I'll make sure to catch it. All right, here we go, guys. Dean, you're still not in, bro. We need a space. It's exclamation point, enter, and then space 1. All right, we'll go ahead. I see a flurry of entries. We're going to do one last swing on my account, then we're going to do the drawing here. Zenkai, you may not have had enough tickets because I don't see you in. Robert, yeah, I can show you my Juno. Here's my Juno build. I don't love my Juno build. My Revenge Runes are terrible, and for me to get her onto Revenge Runes, she winds up in a much worse build. My Despair Runes, my Despair and my Revenge Runes are probably like 2 of my worst sets. Unfair Bear, kind of a rip on the Pontos, but congrats on the LD5. Congrats on the LD5. I'll show you. I would show you how mine's rune, but it would be a joke. He's just not using runes, unfortunately. I can't find any way to use him. But if you play turn 1, he's not bad. If you play turn 1, he's not bad. Could I Leo this? Is it too early to Leo? If I go Leo, he'll bring Verd, and then I have double force bands, right? What about Xingzhe? Xingzhe, Triana. We could do the Ethna. Shizuka. Fang. Unfair Bear. Let's... Fang in honor of the Unfair Bear. That's who we want. Fang in honor of the Unfair Bear. Okay. Alright. Now, I think Diana's a good pick here. Along with Shizuka, because he's got a lot of debuffs, right? And then we just look to ban the Bulwark if we can. So I got double sustain, double immunity. Fang, I've learned this. Fang and Masha, Fang and Dominic can both kill Masha, so I think we can ban the Bulwark. He has no sustain. If the Masha manages to one-shot the Dominic, it's going to be close. Yeah, here's the Dominic, bro. Oh, here's the Dominic build. I do run Dominic and Molong together sometimes. The Dominic is tuned with the Molong. He's actually tuned to go after the Molong, not in front, because Dominic can finish the kill as well as set it up. And because of Molong's strip, I like the Dominic 1 speed after Molong. What up, Ace? How you doing, man? Well... if Chung lands everything and procs, then that's pretty much GG, isn't it? Oh, but he went for the Diana. That gives me a chance. It's a small chance, but it gives me a chance. Riley's in front of the Masha. Oh, Riley got reset. I need a proc here. If I proc, I got a chance. I didn't proc. Why does he keep going for this Diana? Dominic's the much bigger threat. Well, I guess not when Dominic glances all 5 times, he's not. That was a lucky res for me. But, to be fair, he's had better RNG than me throughout the match. Well, RNG swung around on my side. RNG swung around on my side. He played that really bad, though. He should have won. He should have been targeting the Dominic. He just ignored Dominic and went all in on the Diana, who was not the threat there, because Masha would have wrecked the Diana. Yeah, full win team. So, guys, that's if you guys are struggling with Masha, this is how you beat Masha. You just draft all wind. If you're struggling with Masha, just draft all wind, and you'll beat Masha easily. That's how it works. Alright, first of all, Marking, becoming a channel member again. Mark, thank you very much for becoming a channel member, man. Really appreciate it, bro. Thank you very much. Mark, you know the deal on this one. Do an app moderators and you get access to the channel supporter roles in Discord. So, Mark, thank you very much for that, man. I really appreciate it. Rahul says, okay, so Rahul, I think I missed your other message again. Waiting for reply. Okay, Rahul said, Water Nuker against Oliver Juno because most of the time I have to ban the strip and Juno solos later. Yeah, that makes sense, man. That makes sense. Ace pulled Volantis. I'm not sure what LMK account is, man, but huge grats on pulling the Volantis. So Mr. Rom says same HP and defense, but I have 18 attack and much less speed, so I'm not tuned to Molong. I think you should lower the attack for speed. So, I mean, I can't tell you for sure, bro, but you saw how the Dominic's working for me. He's working well in that build. He's one of my higher win rate monsters. So I like the tuning that I have, but it depends also on how often you draw him along, too. 2 all attribute scrolls, that's huge, man. Huge congrats, bro. Alright. Alright, so here we go, guys. We are going to be drawing. I'll show you the stats. These are the stats on the Tiana. Very standard Tiana build. Nothing special here. These are the stats on the Dominic, but he just ignored the Dominic. If he kills the Dominic, he wins. Oh, you pulled Light Monkey King. Dude, huge grab. Bigger grats on the Light Monkey King, man. Top 5 LD5. Alright, guys. Account takeover time. We're going to be doing our drawing right now. The winner of the account takeover drawing is... Juno Reaper! Juno Reaper had, I think, 40 tickets in? 40 tickets in for Juno Reaper, so it wasn't somebody with 1 ticket. Juno Reaper, huge congratulations, bro. So you know the deal with this. I'm loading up my blue stacks now. Go ahead and DM me in Discord with the account info. I probably have it, but just in case I don't. Okay, it says it's the same. Okay, let's just get blue stacks opened up here. Also, Skylover! Sky, I am so sorry. Skylover with the super chat. Sky, I was falling behind on chat, but Sky, thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it, Sky. Thank you very much. Skylover says, thank you, Juno Reaper. Best of luck, everybody. The best of luck is a little bit late. Oh, my bad. I'm so sorry, Sky. But Sky, seriously, thank you very much for the super chat. I really appreciate it, Sky. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for being late on that one. I told you guys, bear with me a little bit, recovering from COVID here, and I can feel I'm a little bit slow today. I can feel it, like I'm just a little bit slow today. I'm falling behind on everything, so, but doing my best here. I feel fine, like it's really just an issue with energy levels. I feel fine, so not to be like, oh, anything, you know. Just my energy levels down a little, that's all. All right, we're getting signed into Juno Reaper's account right now. I know Juno wanted this one bad, man. I know Juno wanted this one bad. He's been trying to progress his account for a while here. So, Juno, we'll do the best we can for you. I'm ready for a code. This is the segment I used, by the way. This is the Fang I used. The Fang, the big key here is going to be on the additionals. So we're 16% on defense. Why is it so low? Give him skill 1 accuracy, huh? 52. Do we need this skill? I think maybe the additionals. You know what? Let's go type. I'd rather do additional by defense here, I think. Defense plus proportionate with additional by 14. The skill 2 accuracy doesn't do much. Let's see. 13 with all additionals. That's attack though. Here we go. 10 with triple additionals. That's probably better, right? Do we want the 10 or the 14? Let's see what we can change this into. If we could get skill 1 accuracy here. It's only 4% though. Still, now which way do we like this more? HP artifact or defense? You know what? I like the HP more. I like the HP more. Additional damage, 30% of defense is pretty sexy on Fang too, not gonna lie. So the thing with the segment is, we've got an extra 16 accuracy here. So the segment is 63 accuracy, but the segment on this Swift build right here, I'm not drafting segment into very many monsters that have max resistance. Other than possibly Nephthys or Lima, everything that I'm facing with segment is going to be built with no resistance. Like, I'm not drafting segment into resetting Lulus and stuff. So, the problem that I ran into is I didn't have a fast slot 6 accuracy rune that was available. I had to use that defense rune as far as available. So I do have this rune, which is currently on Cadiz, and I'm not happy with the Cadiz build. And there's a pretty good chance I'll wind up just switching this over. Actually, I think, you know what, now that we're talking about it, let me go ahead and just switch it over now. Let's do, this is a better Rune, right? There we go. Yeah, this is a better build, and I'm not happy with the Cadiz build. I can't find a build for Cadiz that I like, so this also makes the segment, well, it's the same speed, but it's just a better build, right? So now we can go additional by speed, get a little bit more damage out of the segment. Skill 3 recovery we don't need. Skill 3 accuracy, there you go. Skill 3 accuracy, crit damage, that's kind of perfect. Yeah, there we go. So this is, what, 6%, so we're max accuracy now. Yeah. Alright, thank you for asking me about the segment realist. I think that's probably the better build. It's just I can't get the Cadiz fast enough. I can't find a build I like for Cadiz. I just cannot find a build I like for Cadiz. Nothing seems to work for him. He's a great unit. He's a great unit. I'm not denigrating Cadiz. He's just not working for me. Can't figure out what I want to do with him. Crit damage, crit rate. We can roll this. How about this? Ooh, this has potential. Let's see if we can get some speed off of that, because my Swift slot 4 is one of my slowest slots. If that quad rolls, that changes the whole segment build, because right now she's on a Vio 4. If that rolls 25, it's still too slow. It has to quad roll, right? Has to quad roll. But you can see my, well, I have the 32 crit damage, and then after that, it's 24 is my fastest, right? Well, it didn't quad roll because it's not showing in the sorting here. So it didn't roll speed. We already know that because it didn't show in the sorting. Never mind. I guess it could still roll 20 and be a good rune. Alright, Juno, I'm having a problem logging in, so I'm going to try again. It just sat there on the loading screen forever. That was the thing. Someday they'll fix this. And so. Okay, this one we can roll out. I guess that one we can roll out. Okay. I actually remembered to do my missions today. It's pretty rare. What's this? Wind Rift Beast. We don't care about the energy. Let's do Hall of Light. I almost never remember to do the missions. I wonder if those Lucians are ruined. Odds are at least 2 of them are not ruined. Alright guys, I'm having some problems logging into Juno Reaper's account. I don't know what's going on with my BlueStacks. Just to show you, this is the reason we haven't started the takeover yet. It's just sitting here on this screen. And I've restarted BlueStacks twice, so I don't know what's going on quite yet. But we're getting there. We're working on the account takeover. I just need to get logged in. Ah, it hit crit damage again. That's not for a Blade Rune too. This could be like a Lucian upgrade. I'll take anything but HP. Alright, well, it's a decent rune. Decent rune anyway. We'll give it some speed. Okay, so I used 9 speed gems, 9 swift speed gems earlier, so that's 14 consecutive speed gems now without a max roll. Yippee. Well, it's a decent rune. It's a decent rune. Yeah, bro. We're having a problem getting logged in. For sure. Still can't get logged in. I'm gonna try again. Actually, let me just restart BlueStacks. Let's try restarting BlueStacks completely. Because before I was just closing the Summoners War app. Okay. Anything I can gem here? Catabale, Odin, Self R5. Yeah, I will probably build that eventually. My R5 right now is 30 seconds, so the extra 6 seconds probably adds up quite a bit. Alright, while we're waiting for BlueStacks to load, we'll do one more wing on my account. It's loading now. We'll see, hopefully. Hopefully we'll be able to get in. If not, we'll just log off my account and go into Juno's on Movement Player. It says reading data files, so that's a good sign. Not fully gemmed, but I'm working on it. I mean, because when you say to the max also, you're trying to get them to +10s. Okay, we got into Juno Reaper's account. Cool. So after this wing, we'll switch over to Juno's account. We'll start the account takeover. I hate Ongyuki, man. This is the hardest monster in the game for me to deal with. He is so freaking busted. By the way, Wojo, you super chatted earlier also. I'm so sorry, bro. Wojo, I don't remember if I said thank you for the super chat, man. Seriously. Thank you very much. If I didn't say it, thank you very much for the super chat, man. I really appreciate it. He has no strip here, right? What if I do Wusa? If I do Wusa, ban the Shizuka. Can I kill the Leica? I have 2 multi-hitters. It's a little risky, but we're gonna try it. Quakening, I do not know the answer to that. I would suggest maybe just try Mumu Player, try a different emulator, and see if you have the same problem there. How fast do we think this Kali is? And is it on Nemesis or Will? Push you back, nice. Nope, no pushback. No counter either. Couldn't do anything to the Leica, huh? Okay. Let's do this. S1 Kali is the play. Got greedy. Kill Dominic or Verd? Who's he gonna go for? Going for the Dominic. That's a misplay, I think. Oh, he does go for the Verd. Okay. Kali solo, guys! It's time for the Kali solo! I actually can't kill this freaking collie. Maybe the collie does solo me. Collie solo! It's a collie solo! Oh my god, if I lose to this collie? Oh. Wow. Okay. I almost got soloed by a collie. I almost got soloed by a collie, man. That would have been something new. That would have been something new. Won by the supports, not your damage dealer. Oliver, Dominic do enough damage. Save your rune arties for your optional mons. Yeah. How do I stop? Okay, so we answered that. Oh, that's true. You know, yeah, we'll have to figure out a comp for the light monkey. Riley does have a chance. Riley still has a chance to win right there, but she actually has less HP than the Leo, I think. And the Leo barely survived. This Leo build is terrible, too. I really, if I'm going to be drafting Leo to counter Masha, I'm going to have to, like, put better runes on Leo, I think. That's got to be a thing. Leo needs better runes. All right. Let's get blue stacks up. Let's get blue stacks up. So we are going to be doing account takeover now. Why are you not showing us blue stacks? Okay, it's set to blue stacks. Nothing's blocking it. Are you kidding me now? So, Moo player. Blue stacks. There we go. Okay. Alright guys, so account takeover, Juno Reaper, congratulations on winning the account takeover, bro. So, let's start off by looking at your box. I know you do have the Khitan de Shang. I think you have one more LD, right? Am I forgetting? I thought you had two LD5s. Maybe I'm remembering wrong. You do have the Tableau. I know you just pulled the Tableau. Only one, okay. Alright, so the first thing we're going to do, I'm going to dump everything out of your box for right now. I want to start with a fresh box. We're going to start with a completely fresh box. Alright, so let's see first of all if there's anything in storage. We know that obviously Khitan de Shang is your best unit. So we're going to start with him, and everything we build is going to be thinking about him. Now, I also believe that your Swift is not like insanely fast. I do want to check that, but I'm pretty sure that you don't have the ability to contest turn 1 on a consistent basis. That needs to be grinded, bro. 20, there you go. 26 speed Swift rune is better than 22. And that's HP, so let's go ahead and let's throw this on here as well. That rune just chilling in your inventory, man. That looks much better. Okay. So the way we find your fastest Swift is by taking all your fastest Swift runes in general. So we can see we're at plus 169, and then we're going to look, what's your slowest slot? So your slowest slot is 4. Can we get a big upgrade here? I would say so. Wow. I would say we could get an upgrade. Yeah, that's a slight upgrade on your fastest Swift. Yeah, okay. And then your next one is going to be here. Not much of an upgrade there. 25 versus... Is 12 your fastest slot 1 Swift? Wow. 12 speed is your, well, this is ungrinded, right? So 16 speed is your fastest slot 1 Swift. That's painful. Okay, so yeah, definitely that's where our upgrade comes from, so we do this. So your fastest overall Swift, if we go Swift Broken, using a really strong Bio and Despair rune. Huge grats on the event rune, man. I've never seen that before. I've certainly never seen that on my runes. My runes don't roll it. In all the event runes that I've ever had, I've rolled speed once and it was +4. Dude, that rune is insane, bro. That rune is so insane. Huge congrats, man. Alright, so if we look at your fastest Swift, even using Despair Bio Broken, it's 198. So we're not going to be contesting turn 1. In Fighter 3, you can contest turn 1 at 198, but as soon as you get into Conqueror, sorry, plus 198, as soon as you get into Conqueror, you're not going to contest it. So we're going to be looking at trying to do a turn 2 team, but maybe one that looks like a turn 1 team. I think we're going to try and do Masha as your first pick because she provides a nice pivot, but we do have to get some strip involved for this Khitan Dashang. What does Sonya do again? Sonya actually is kind of interesting. Sonya is actually kind of interesting. Haven't gotten to play around with her yet. Alright, we'll leave the Tableau in here because Tableau definitely makes sense as a speed lead. Let's just check if there's anything else in storage that we think might synergize here. Nicholas, I think it's early. There's less people who are... So, I mean, first of all, if they have Lima, you're going to see Lima. Lima is OP. And Masha is going to be in most drafts, but I can tell you I haven't seen that specific team at all. And, like, if you were on stream earlier, you would see I did, like, 15 wings on stream. I'm also in C3 right now. I'm probably higher in C3. I'm, like, rank 400, but it's still C3. And I only saw one Lima and no Ragdolls today. I did see a lot of Mashas. But... Lima is going to eventually move up to G2, G3. If they've got a good Lima team, they're going to move into G2, G3. So those are going to go away. The Ragdolls you'll still see, but he's easier to handle if there's no Lima in there. And the Masha you're going to see a lot. Alright, so we're going to want the Lulu here for sure. Some extra immunity for the Monkey King, because we're going to be... What I'm thinking of for you is to build a slow kind of combo bruiser CC team. What I'd like to do is almost a bait and switch. So I'm thinking like we show turn 1. See, the problem is though, if we show turn 1, a lot of times they might choose to contest speed, and then we're going to be in trouble if they're contesting with a CC. Unless do we have Heigang? If we don't have Heigang, then my idea here might not work. We need at least more, but Heigang would be better. We don't have Heigang. Okay. So my idea here was to first pick something like the Khitan Dashang or the Tableau and try and do like a bait and switch. Show turn 1 and move into turn 2, like the old concepts of Shield Will teams. His Swift Verd is not going to be that fast, Nicholas, and then he doesn't have the meta strip units. He has Khitan Dashang. What up, MJ? Here you go, bro. Shout out to MJ, man. So he doesn't have Chung. I don't think he has Chung, right? Did I miss Chung? Let me double check, but I didn't see Chung. So he doesn't have Chung, he doesn't have Heigang. So it's gonna be hard to set up. Like, just playing a turn 1 with the Khitan Dashang, he has nothing else that's going to be a big enough threat. Khitan Dashang will get banned every single match. And then we're going to be in a position of just contesting runes, which is not necessarily where we want to be for Juno. So Nictus, if you check my website, I do paid account services. I do some stuff like this. I do the community help service. Community helps twice a month. Unfortunately, there's no way I would be able to respond to every request. So I try and give back to the community on the streams like this at least twice a month. And then for the rest, it does have to be scheduled as paid help services. Alright. Let's go through. Let's start off and just pick everything that could be RTA viable, and then let's look at what we have in one place. I think that's the way to go. Could we do it? Probably not. Not once we get into Challenger, right? Yeah, probably not. Okay. Lucia is OP in Special League, but not so much here. I also don't think we want to rune that deep of a box. If we could keep it to like 15, 20 units, I'd probably be a little bit happier on Juno's account, because I think the runes will start to drop off. He doesn't have as much depth because he took a break in the game. Lewis definitely will offset. None of the other offsets really do anything for her. Arguably, maybe Nemesis, but the problem is if Shizuka gets reset, she's a completely dead pick because she has no passives and the skill 1 is nothing all that amazing. So you have to try and protect her from getting reset early in the fight. And you have to try and protect her from getting CC'd. Will doesn't protect her all that much, but at least it doesn't present a free target, and you have that 15% chance of resisting. You know what, the Rakan might be pretty good with Khitan Dashang, if we can get strips. So some of these units that I'm picking are very clearly not going to be in your final box. But I want to look at the RTA viable units in one place and then make cuts and decisions. We're not gonna build all of these units for sure. I just want to see what our viable units are without seeing all the other units there with them. So the first step in building any RTA box is to bring things into perspective by taking all of your RTA viable units and putting them in one place, whether it's pulling them out of storage or putting them in your favorites. And these are just units that can be viable in a whole wide range of teams, right? They're not necessarily all units that we're going to use. As a matter of fact, a lot of them are units that we won't. But when we see what team works best for you, it's going to allow us to decide which units that we're going to drop out. What up, Tariq? How you doing, bro? Nicholas, you should be able to get the max. I mean, well, I won't say should. The goal would be to get the max resistance on an HP slot 6, but I would not use the Endure there. Endure just doesn't really give you enough. It's just it's a 2.5 roll stat bonus. It doesn't ultimately give you enough to justify it, unless you have to. Obviously, if you have to, if you don't have the runes, then you use the build you have to use. But we're talking about like in a vacuum best build. I don't think Vela will make the cut, but we'll throw out the Vela in the box. Yeah, because we don't have Wusa, right? No Wusa. We have the Annabelle, though. I feel like Annabelle's just going to be better than Vela in almost every draft. Yeah, Nicholas, then a lot of times you just give up the resistance, because in this meta, everybody has max accuracy anyway. So the problem is, Endure is a 2.5 roll bonus, because it's 20% resistance, that's 2.5 rolls. But those 2.5 rolls are going to be dead against 80% of the monsters you face. If you're using Shizuka, I mean, depending on where you're using Shizuka, I guess, you know, some monsters will have less accuracy, but pretty much it's so easy to get max accuracy. If they're running any kind of a CC build, they usually will have max accuracy, and then the max resistance doesn't have value. So I would sacrifice the resistance before I would sacrifice the set bonus. Alright, so we do have Molong Bulwark, which I really like. We do have Khitan Dashang, obviously. The the Molong build here is very respectable. You don't have to be 270, 290, whatever. You don't have to be crazy fast. If you're running a Molong Bulwark type team, then this is a solid Molong. I'd like a little more HP maybe at this speed, but I mean, we've got accuracy, a little bit of crit rate, got defense, got 45k HP. This is a very solid Molong. We could build around that. We do need to clean up some speed tuning. The monkey needs to be tankier. And then let's say we do try and do something around Molong, Bulwark, Khitan de Shang. We're going to want Riley in that core so that we can stack the Bulwark. Juno, try and remind me when we get to the end of this. Alright, Diana and Fang both definitely deserve spots. The Hathor, I can see synergizing with Khitan de Shang. Could we do something with like Hathor, Gani, Khitan de Shang? I think the problem there is Masha will actually screw with that comp a lot, especially because we don't have good strippers. And Masha is, even though Masha is strong, she's an older monster. Lots of people have her even in fighter. I mean, I know Beast Riders are kind of new, but they're old at this point. They've been out for 2 years. They've been out from before 7 and 8 year scrolls. You'll face a lot of Mashas. I think I like the idea of Rakan more than I like the Gani Hathor because he adds some damage, and then the provokes can be pretty toxic. Triton is good for turn 1 contesting, but Triton might play a role in your box, but I don't really see it. I think Tiana poses a bigger threat because it's the guaranteed strip and also because she has big skill 2 crit damage. I like the idea of Tiana more than Triton for you because Triton doesn't do any damage. One thing we're going to run into is just thinking about how we're going to build the Khitan de Shang because your runes probably won't let us get like every stat. He's going to be bruiser, right? So if we're building a slower bruiser Khitan de Shang, we have to be able to still get damage out of your account. Exactly, Robert. I think we're going to see a lot of Masha. The other thing about Bulwark is he can strip Masha and set up the Khitan de Shang. The Bulwark strip is such an underrated part of his kit. So I feel like Molong and Bulwark give us strip. We want everything in our core to strip, basically. With the possible exception of Masha, because Masha is going to be what lets us counter CC. I think if we could get a decent Moor, building him slow on Despair could be pretty effective. I think obviously we need the Lulu and the Riley for sure, so we're going to start making some of our first cuts right now. This girl, I don't see how she really fits. The Kaki is really only a Ragdoll counter, but there's other counters for Ragdoll, so I don't think, just thinking about rune depth, because Kaki is actually really hard to rune well. I think we can ditch the Kaki. I think we can ditch the Ken. I'm probably going to say we ditch the Chiwu, but we'll wait on that cut for right now. So when it comes to the Vela, we need, basically, we've already got 4 supports. We've got the Triana, we've got the Lulu, we've got the Riley, we've got the Annabelle. I don't know that Vela's going to find a way to get into those drafts, because we're not playing anything with defense buff, and then Vela being defense-based is really weak to artifact damage. So I think he goes away. The Oki could play nice with the Khitan de Shang. The Daphnis is something we'll come back to. The Eladriel, same issue. I don't think we have. Yeah, realist. I've actually never. I've tried that once or twice, but the more pushback usually pushes back Vela too much. I don't wind up getting the cut. If I were going to do a Nemesis trap, I would probably not do it on the Vela anyway, because he just dies too fast. I'd need to see data. I'd need to see win rate data to substantiate that as like an effective counter. But, so I mean, I do rely on like SW Arena data, for example, or you can use SW ranking. I like SW Arena. It doesn't really matter, but I rely a lot on data from how monsters are performing, right? So if we come up here, we go and we just search for Velajuel, his win rate is going to be like crazy low. 46%. Yeah, his win rate is 46%. And if we go back last season, 49%. I'm actually surprised it's this high, to be honest. But yeah, if you go back a couple of seasons, 47%, 48%. So he hasn't been a winning monster. And in these last several seasons, he's primarily been used as a Nemesis trap monster. So what this tells us is that he's not being all that effective. It's all data that reaches top replays. It's not specifically G1 to G3, but it's heavily weighted to G3 because it has to be from top replays. I'm not saying that it's a bad counter. I'm just saying that it's one that I didn't personally have success with, and it's one that I haven't really haven't seen data to substantiate it. I'm not going to switch back over. I'll take a quick look. Yeah, Chloe's win rate is much worse than Vela's. So here's the thing to keep in mind. I talk about this a lot with Masha. I talked about this at the start of the stream with Masha. Masha is an OP freaking unit right now. Since her buff, I mean, we can look at her win rate. Masha's win rate it's actually shockingly, it's only 50%. I really thought it would be higher. But she's played in 70% of matches. She's got a 50% win rate. If we go back to last season, 52% win rate. So this early season data, it's too small of a sample size. So 51% win rate is one of the highest monsters in the game. I cannot win with Masha consistently. And the reason that I don't consistently win with Masha, it's not that Masha's not good. It's that in my team comps, Masha takes a spot that is better used by other monsters. So, because Masha, part of the thing with Masha is that she's a great first pick. She's great early in the match. And if you bring Masha out early in the match, then later in the match, I'm not able to draft my best LD5, which is Julianne. So it's about team composition, and it's about building a team that makes sense for your box and for your runes. So where you had a lot of success with Chloe, for example, you had a lot of success with Velajoule. That's because those made a lot of sense into the teams that you were running those units around. And so I'm sure you did have a lot of success with them, but that doesn't necessarily mean it translates over to everybody else's. And I'm sure that they were great picks where you used them. Like, honestly, I really believe that. You probably used them extremely well, but it doesn't mean it translates into every other person's teams as well. So if we think about teams with Khitan de Shang, if we put a Nemesis Trap Vela in there, that's taking up a spot that would go to another monster. And then we have to figure out a way both to build a team that makes sense around Khitan de Shang, but also to build a team that allows us to draft Velajoule, which changes the entire sequencing of our draft throughout the entire draft. Because Velajoule is not going to synergize with a lot of these monsters. Even having that Nemesis trap, that works if you can nuke something. But let's say you bring the Nemesis Velajoule and Khitan de Shang gets banned. How does that actually do enough for us when the opponent has multiple strippers and we don't have the ability to nuke something out after? So that changes now the entire composition because we have to bring in more one-shot units into our composition, and those one-shot units don't synergize as well with the QD overall CC. And maybe I'm just wrong. That's just how I see it. That's just my perspective. When I look at the team building, to me, I'm trying to think, because we also, on Juno's account, we're not gonna have the runes to build that many monsters. And I'm trying to look at a way that we can get like 15 to 20 monsters at most that will synergize as well together as possible, so we have flexibility in a range of drafts. That's kind of what I'm looking for. I certainly could be wrong. Mark, actually, that response I thought was kind of an important thing to share. So that to me was part of the team building, because explaining the process, I think that's a big part of explaining the process of what I look at for team building, is thinking about how the monsters can work together. Yeah, well, Chloe is still in the box right now, Realist. We were talking about Velajoule. Yeah, I haven't ruled out Chloe yet. I ruled out Velajoule. Chloe may wind up on the best Swift set. The thing is, I don't think we can get the Ethna fast enough to make Ethna a viable Swift pick. And if that's the case, then Chloe may be the one that inherits our best Swift set. However, that 35 crit damage rune is a violent rune. And without that rune, I don't know if we can get the Chloe fast enough to make her viable either. One thing I can say for sure, the Meihu Wang is not going to have a role because he's not deviled. The Shihu, I don't know what our devil situation looks like, because Shihu I do think would fit really well into this team. Let's see if we have any devils in storage. We don't. Okay, so I don't think Juno buys Devil Packs, so that means the Shihu unfortunately is just not going to have a spot. And the Tableau being unskilled also is not going to have a spot. Tableau really does kind of need those skill ups. There's too many cooldowns in his skill ups. The Escher, I grabbed the Escher out because you can play him Swift, but the Escher really doesn't make a lot of sense for these types of CC teams. So I would get rid of the Escher as well. Alright, let's take a quick look and see which monsters are not deviled. So Lulu, we want the devils, we can live without. Molong's got them. Moore's got them. Annabelle's going to go away. Okay, so that may change. We may actually think about bringing back the Vela now that we see that the Annabelle's not deviled. But I feel like it's... I mean, we still have Lulu, Riley, and Triana. I think we have 3 supports, and then... the Chloe is there as a backup, and obviously she can be skilled up easily, so she's only missing 2 anyway, and they're not 2 that are super important. Alright, the Yogan stays for sure, the Carnal stays for sure, Oki stays for sure, Antara stays for sure. I'm still leaning towards liking the Daphnis and the Rakan. The Jemire is really one of our only 3 speed leads, so we've got basically Chloe, Jemire, and more if we drop the Chiwu, and I do kind of think we need to drop the Chiwu. Yeah, exactly. He doesn't do enough attack bar boosting for this type of team. So we've got the Leo Verd. How many monsters are we at now in favorites? We're at 28, so we're getting there. We're getting there. Oh, we do have the Ciara, you're correct. So then, yeah, you know what, Robert, you're right. We have the Ciara, so we can drop the Jemire, because I don't think the Jemire fits. Like, I'd rather be using the Gani over the Jemire where we can anyway. Alright, double checking for Devils. I wish the Tessa was skilled, but we can use Tessa without. Vanessa's going to be purely anti-cleave. That reminds me, we need a Miho, because we don't have Magnum. We need something for anti-cleave. Miho does still work for anti-cleave, guys. However, we don't have a Miho, it looks like. Do we? Did I miss it? Okay, we do have a Miho. Okay, so... yeah, so our anti-cleave is basically Vanessa, Miho, Triana, if we can get the stats. And then the Rakan probably is going to work really nicely in there as well. Alright, Chiwu is not skilled. Verdohyle, is there another Verd? Do you have a second Verd that's fully skilled, bro? You don't. So I would definitely fusion his last skill up. That damage is huge for DB... like, forgetting RTA even for a minute. That damage is huge for DB12. Damage is huge for DB12. Mr. Walm, the Thrain, I guess, could work. The Thrain, I guess, could work with... Thrain could work with Khitan Dashang. I don't know if there will be room in the box. We can flag him for a moment. Part of the goal here is to decrease the box. He doesn't have Gina to aid. Thing is, the Thrain doesn't strip. I feel like we need as much strip as we can get. Thrain Khitan Dashang works better if we're playing double AoE strips, so they can only ban 1. But I'm trying to think of like single target strips. If we're playing turn 2, I feel like we want kind of more of that old Gani Hathor breakdown style where it's a lot of single target stuff that also gives you the utility to kill. Because the AoE, like we're not going to have the artifact damage to really get kill, and then Like, Triton's stored away, but Chiwu, Triton, and Yoga, none of them really do damage. Yogun's also not skilled. Yogun's gonna have to be cut. We can't use Yogun without him being skilled. That might complicate further the idea of using an AoE strip. Chiwu can be used without the skill ups. Yogun really... Actually, I take it back. I mean, if we think Chiwu can be used without skill ups, then Yogun can be used without skill ups, and we need these monsters in the box. So we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. All right, the Rakan is solid. Ooh, this has to be skilled. This has to be skilled. Yeah, that has to be skilled. Okay. Masha also. So we're missing a lot of devils. That's going to be challenging. Okay. But we'll do the best that we can. Hathor is not going to work. We're not going to have enough damage. I like the idea of double CC, but Hathor just can't do damage. So in this case, the Oki fills that role better. And the Rakan actually fills that role kind of nicely, and so does the Ciara. All three of these give us a lot more CC, and then there's the Karnal as well. Again, missing devils is going to be kind of tough, but all of those fill that role better than Hathor. So that brings us down to somewhere around 27. We're still a little high. I feel like we still have a little too much room, or a little too much in here. Oki not skilled also, that makes it tough, yeah. Alright. Let's try and do... Now again, you know, I want to point out, this is not your final builds, bro. This is not your final builds. This is just the direction that I'm going to be recommending for you. So you're still going to need to go ahead and re-optimize these builds afterwards. That's not a bad rune. Defense HP, no speed. Crit rate, crit damage, a little bit of speed but no HP. So I think we want Nemesis here. That's the rune. Gave us some extra resistance as well. So now we're going to be going all vampire. Crit rate, crit damage, speed, no attack. Speed, crit rate, crit damage. We can gem in the attack here. That's fine. That'll work. Elsharian does speed scaling damage, so that's gonna be the thing. Is I don't know if Elsharian would quite do enough for us. All right. Oh, I lost the Nemesis resistance rune. Whoops. So that means we got to go back to the vampire crit damage rune. Try that. Yeah, he scales with buffs and speed together, but he's honestly just really hard to protect. I've never seen him used effectively outside of the Dusky Cleave. Like, I've just never seen him have any kind of win rate outside of the Dusky Cleave. He's just too hard to protect. That's the major issue, is he's just too hard to protect. That's not justified. I don't really want to give her defense here, but... I guess you can change the defense for attack later. Okay, 263 defense, so I guess we can keep this then. I'd rather she have HP. Much rather she have HP. Because more HP, less defense, she'll just scale off the Nemesis better. That's not terrible. I mean, you're not going to use a violent rune with 3 speeds, so there's no waste there. Alright. She's squishy. She's really squishy. I don't love that. And we're missing 2 resistance, but I think overall the build works. Again, this is just the direction that you want to put her in. It's not the final build. The final build should always be done through the optimizer. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. How much mana do we have here? Oh, so... okay. That's a separate issue. Oh, too late for me to stop it. It was 337,000 mana. I thought it was 337 million mana. Where's your auto farm? I thought we had tons of mana, not 0 mana. Okay. I can't find the auto farm. Anybody see auto farm? There it is. Alright, so I like the Mo Long build. I feel like he may be a little bit too fast for you, but let's see. Alright. I still draft Miho. Miho only has 1 role. Miho is a 5th pick against Julie Lucian Cleaves. You just play Miho as a 4th ban. Sometimes you can get away with Miho as a 4th pick, but in that case you have to have Magnum and you commit to banning the Kaki. So for Juno, Miho's going to be a 5th pick 4th ban. That's all. And then they'll let the Miho through sometimes, and Miho can win you fights still. Alright. That's already a speed rune. Yeah, the Mo Long's going to be too fast. As nice as the build is, we need to slow him down because we're not going to get everything tuned for you otherwise. So let's drop him onto slot 2 HP. Something like this. Okay. Okay, Bulwark at 211, Molong at 203. I would like the Molong a little bit faster than this. 14, 15, 19. Okay, so we can speed him up off the slot 5. Oh, oops. Okay, no, we can't. Robert, the benefit to slowing him down is that we can't build his entire team at 240. So Molong usually needs to be somewhere in the middle or the upper middle of your turn order. And in the case of Juno, we're not going to be able to build him 10, 15 monsters that are all going to get up in front of Molong. So Molong being towards the front of your draft means that you probably have more snipes. You're running more of an aggressive comp with him. But even then, even if he's still moving first, you need everything else moving without getting cut. And we're not going to be able to tune everything around the Molong at that speed. So I'd like him a little faster than this, but there doesn't seem to be much middle ground. Maybe here? No. Don't have the mana. Okay, let's see. We have some stuff that we can sell here. Just like 1,000,000 mana for gems and grinds. I don't think so. That's 300, okay. Alright, that'll be enough. Oh, all of that and we didn't have the gem. Rip me. Okay. Well, we're going to need the mana either way. Not the gem, the grind. Okay, we do have a grind here, though. That helps. Okay. Hate to use the mana right now, but it's so much more helpful for him like this. Okay. Oh, that's fine, bro. That's fine. Solo R4 is respectful. Alright, so we're going to run the Molong at 206. That's fast enough for you not to get lapped, so that's okay. Alright. Much better. That's a nice rune. Okay. Yeah, we don't need that much speed now. We can run him on slower speed runes. Let's do something like that. That's a nice rune. So this is 196. I need almost no speed at this point now. So let's go, let's see. Usually high crit rate runes have no speed. That one's got speed. Oh, not a bad rune there. HP, defense, crit rate, accuracy. That's actually not bad. Okay. 196 still. Crit rate, crit damage. Lots of speed. This could work. Alright, so we got some crit rate in here. We're actually a little slow, so I need a little speed here. We did this. We did this. And it's too squishy. Just testing different builds, Andy. So I would, on my account, I would run him on crit rate slot 4, but I would only do that if we could still get him with enough HP. So I'm really just testing builds right now to see what's available. Okay, he's a hair too fast. That's 10, so right now he's at 212. And with the Molong at 206, we need him at about 2... Actually, yeah, so we need a 0 speed rune, and we're fine. We need him right around 202. So let's go... Where's that other one? We found this one. There we go. Alright, that should work. We don't need any accuracy, so let's go... Do we have anything damage down from water? We do. And then, let's see. Not a lot that we really need here, but... I guess we could do just like skill 1 crit damage probably. Bro, he's not deviled! He's not deviled! You deviled Masha before Kitan de Shang? Oh. Okay, well, I'm speechless. All right, Juno. It happens, man. It happens. Raider, I would not use her for siege offense. She wouldn't be reliable, no. All right, bro. So, Juno, first and foremost, next up, devil the QD, bro. Devil the QD. Yeah, next up, finish devil the QD, bro. Devil the cutie. All right. Wow, that threw me off. That threw me off. That threw me for a loop. Yeah. Didn't expect that. All right, no, we want HP here. So if we don't have skill 1, do we have skill 2? We don't need the accuracy. We're max act, so. Scar's usually the best way to deal with him is to snipe him, but you can also Oblivion him. So if you bring a Tessarian, like if Dominic gets Oblivioned, he's completely a dead pig. So Tessarian's a really hard counter to Dominic. And then what you want to do is just bring stuff that can like snipe him out, like a Molong, along with the Tessarian, and make them pick between those two for the ban. You can also CC him. If he gets no turns, then he's also a dead pig. Alright, 211, so we want to slow the Bulwark down. We also need the Bulwark on Vio. 206, so we want the Bulwark somewhere around 206, and let's get him onto Vio. Speed over HP. Probably. That's better. What up, Zekin? How you doing, man? Picture it was done on stream, bro. Yeah, that makes sense, you know. That makes sense. It just threw me for a loop. I just wasn't expecting it, honestly. .201 is too slow. There we go. 207. Good. Hey, glad to hear you're feeling better, man. Alright, so we got Molong, Bulwark, QD built. Let's do the Moor. I think the Moor is going to need a lot more stats. Rahul, it really depends on what the build is. Like for this build, it's definitely going to be damage to HP because that's where all his stats are. Okay, 208 on a 103 base. Okay, that works. So Amar, he actually is the fastest unit. We're building Juno's team around 200 so we can get everything tuned together. So that's one thing a lot of people do. They try and stretch their speed as much as they can. And if you make some units like 250 and some units 230 and some units 210, then you get cut. The other thing is, if you make all your units as fast as you can and you give them no stats, then it doesn't really do you as much good. So in this case, Juno didn't really have the runes to support a team at 240, so we're building it at 210 and tightening up the speed tuning and improving the stats a little bit. Wojo, don't let Lexi see you say that. I want HP here. HP would have been so much better. It's 194. We're getting there. Can't use that. Actually, I feel like this should go here. One roll here, and a high double here. Yeah, this should go here. $202. We're good. Okay. Yeah, that'll work for the Masha. I wish we had more accuracy. I do wish we had more accuracy, but it's not really worth using your gem there. Maybe the blue? Yeah, the blue's worth it. There we go. Alright, I wish we had more accuracy, but the other stats are there, so you can make up for that if you get a good S2 accuracy artifact. So I mean, about 20 accuracy is probably enough. This is 12, but it's defense. S2 accuracy crit damage. Let's do that. Little extra attack, that'll work. Jonas, I would not run that big of a speed gap. I mean, Chiwu can push back attack bar, but Chiwu can also get resisted, right? Here's another thing. This is Amar, no mana, no ability to upgrade the artifact. So a lot of people force Leo onto Nemesis. I honestly see no reason for Leo to be on Nemesis. Because if you think about it, everybody's limited to his speed, so Leo has to gain 101% attack bar to take an extra turn. He's never going to lap, and he's already acting first. The Nemesis really just doesn't have any value, not in my opinion. So I don't think Nemesis is the right build for Leo. It's not a bad build, it just doesn't really do anything for you. But we're not going to rebuild the Leo. I would like him to be tankier. Maybe we can at least give him an HP with like skill 2 crit damage. Because he doesn't get targeted first that often, but he does get targeted first sometimes. A little bit better. Solid damage, good accuracy, solid stats, just he needs more HP. Same thing, okay. Better Rune there. Much better Rune there, okay. Let's do this differently then, let's use this. Let's see, who are we working on again? We just did Leo, Masha. You did the QD. Oh, we're on the bird. Okay. Christian, so I don't think there's going to be another drawing for the account takeover. Obviously, you guys can see I'm spending a lot of time. So I said this at the start that we might only do one drawing. This is the first time I've done account takeover. And this definitely took more time than anticipated. I wouldn't say that, Juno. I wouldn't say that. You have a normal account, bro. Your account looks like what a lot of people's accounts look like. You spend a lot of time farming on it, and you've got no PLD5. It's really just a matter of getting it set up for you. Rune, but it doesn't make sense. This rune fits better. This rune fits better because you never know if we're gonna need the revenge stuff later for Juno or anything like that. Attack HP. Do we have? Yeah, we do have HP percent too. So, oh, nice. Nah, Juno, I'm not saying. Trust me, I think it was gonna be, you know. I knew there was a chance that it would take a bunch of time, and this was an experiment for me. You know, we chose a lot of monsters that you weren't using, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like, that's the whole point of this, is to try and give you a different take. But now for me to bring it into RTA, I have to get runes onto those monsters, so I had to wind up spending more time on runing than I was expecting. I was kind of figuring that I would be making adjustments, but it makes sense since we're using a whole different box for you. It makes sense that, you know, we can't jump straight into RTA until we get runes into enough monsters that we can at least jump into RTA, right? Yeah, enough, right? $5.99, that'll get us there for a minute. Actually, that's not bad. There you go. So, to me, that verd looks a lot more solid. Once these are maxed, you still have a couple of areas that you can grind as well. So, I think think that's a nice upgrade on the Verd. And then we're also actually tuned. At 206, the Verd's even, the Verd's actually too fast. Hold up, the Verd is too fast. Yeah, the Verd is too fast. I forgot we built everything slower, so how do I slow this Verd down? Here, on this one, on the slot 5. There it is. That's perfect, right? We don't need the 4 crit rate, so I can gem that off. Ah, perfect. Yeah, there we go. That's perfect. Okay, now we're tuned properly, because we want the Verd acting after the rest of our team, except when he cuts. Alright. Lulu needs to be a little bit faster and on will. That's a lot faster. Is it resistance rune? No, that's HP. 21, 6 res. This is not a bad rune. Okay. And what do we need here? We need 20 res. We don't have 20. We have 7 here. That gets our speed up, gets rid of the accuracy. Alright, so we're down 17 res. What about here? 12? Okay. Whoops. HP. That would explain it. 14, 19. Okay, so this is the one then. Yeah. Okay, the speed is good. I wish we had the extra res. That's 5. What if we do this? There it is. And then I can gem in the res over the accuracy. We're not quite gonna get there, are we? 19, that's too much. What do I need here? So we're at 190. I need about 10 more speed. So I need to be around 14. Yeah, so this is a better fitting rune. Alright, we're 12 res short. And I can gem in a little extra res here with mana. So you'll be like, if you re-gem the res on those 2 slots, you can gain 4 and 6 as 10. So that actually gets you there, but it's gonna take legend gems. So for this, and again, you know, we're not going to make the builds perfect because this would be better through the optimizer. But his speed is good. You want him acting after Molong, and you've got 1 grindable speed right here. Oh, thank you. Yeah, we missed that. Okay. Same rune. Perfect. All right, now we're good. Regem this. Yeah, there it is. Nice catch, Blaze. Thank you for that. So regem this resistance to 9 and you're good. He's tuned just behind the Molong, so you're good. Actually, that 1 rune slot fixed everything. That 1 rune swap fixed everything. All right, I think we have enough to do a couple of wings. Let's get a feel for how this goes. We only have 6 or 7 monsters, Rune, but that's enough to at least just throw a couple of wings out there and see what happens. Okay, Juno. We can do the replay. Who's missing will runes? Everyone has will runes. Oh, you're just behind. Okay. Hey, Nikitas, I appreciate that. So in this case, he has no strip. So he's going to get a lot of damage out with the Nikki, but by banning the Dominic, he has no strip. I can just snipe something with them all along. The immunity from the Woos is an issue, but I do have two sort of strippers. Volverk is single target, so he can set up skill 1 stuns with the Monkey. And Molong can get lucky on the AoE. No artifact damage from the Nikki there. Oh, nice tuning on the Tiana. Bad choice though. Should have reset the oh, that's a gift. I don't even have to eat the damage. So I get the Mola, you get the Wusa S2 here. And he gets the Nikki S2. We needed damage on wind on the Molong. I also misplayed that though. When I said I don't have to eat the damage, the issue there is that because Diana was in pony form, the shield protected disproportionately. So that was actually a really big misplay on my part. Oh, come on, Lulu. Bad Lulu. Bad Lulu. Lulu proccing out of immunity was probably match. Oh, and he procs into immunity? Dude, the monkey would have had his chance right there. Wait, what? Huh? Monkey landed nothing. Monkey landed nothing. Dude, Monkey, you could stun. That's what your skill 1 does. In case you forgot, your skill 1 stuns. Actually, there's probably activation rate on it, though, to be fair. Because he's not skilled up, he probably has activation rate in there. That's why we put Bulwark on Bio. I still think I lose this though. I think the Oliver takes this. But that proc did help a lot. Without that proc, we have no chance. Now we just have a very little chance. Yeah, Bulwark can't get a... Not Bulwark, Molong can't get a turn, so... Alright, so Juno, which replay did you want us to see? Yeah, 20% activation rate there. And 15% activation rate there. So that's why he wasn't landing anything. Okay. Okay, so this was a replay from Juno earlier. So we've got Triton, Molong, and Vertihile, and then the Lulu. Lulu getting getting 2 resistances right there against the Xing Zhe. Going into the Mina. Nice turn cycling on the nice pick of the really nice pick of the Lulu against the Leo. Not the Lulu, I'm sorry. Really nice pick of the Vertihile against the Leo. Just getting a lot of turn cycling. Vertihile staying just barely alive. Couple of clutch stuns right there from the Molong. Mina's about to go down, right? Yep, Mina's down, and now it's over. He doesn't have that much damage. Got the Vertihile healed back up. Yeah, nice, but I don't know why he's hitting Vertihile with Leo. Actually, I think I do know, because the Molong can't snipe the Leo, and you can't bring the Leo down low enough, right? So yeah, that actually makes sense. But very nice pick of the Vertihile against the Leo. Very nice use of the Vertihile against the Leo. This is basically, you won this 3v4 because the Triton's not doing anything. So you basically beat him 3v4 here. Lucky stun on the Leo right there when he was in torrent range. Well, he was silenced. Actually, he was silenced, so it didn't matter. Yeah, nice match, bro. Very nice match. All right, let's take a look back here. So in this instance, the big thing that I really wanted here was the Antares, because Antares countered 2 of his units, and the Antares wasn't built. So let's see, defense, HP over no stats, defense. Okay, so we do attack. I guess we use... We don't need speed. Alright, let's not put him on revenge then. He's better on revenge, but it's not mandatory. That's not bad. Huh. All right. Breaking up with High Sky? Both HP. There we go. That's a better rune. Okay, let's roll with that. And the other one we really need ruined is Riley. Wow, Fighter 2, Light Monkey versus Gianna. Fighter 2, Light Monkey versus Gianna. Very nice, very nice. That's what you expect to see in Fighter 2. Okay, we have 0 wind units ruined. That does present a problem. Yeah, the 0 wind units ruined is not ideal, but Josephine at least does stack the Bulwark. Problem is, when he bans the Bulwark, he's got all the sustain to go with the Gianna Josephine. We have no sustain because we didn't have the Riley. Ideally, I would have actually gone probably Riley Bulwark here. Dude, what is this guy's box in G2? How is this, in Fighter 2? How is this dude in Fighter 2? He's got every monster he needs. You don't need runes with that draft, bro. That draft should bring you straight into C1. Because he also didn't draft badly. Like, his picks were good, the team makes sense. He's probably just climbing. He's probably just climbing to start. Never mind. Now I know. Now I get it. Why didn't he put immunity up there with Riley? I don't know. And he goes into the Masha. Yeah, so it's a play issue. He got some good RNG there, but that's a play issue. I don't think I can break that shield, and I need whatever little heal I can get. I gotta keep the Masha up until the Dominic goes down. I'm in front, right? Yeah, I'm in front. Okay. I don't like being in a situation where I have to kill the Riley that early, but there's no point in using, there's no point in the S2 because that's a guaranteed glance. I didn't want to be in a situation where I had to kill the Riley that early, but the problem for me is I wasn't going to be able to kill the Riley at all once the Masha died. So I kind of had to do that. Because otherwise that Riley legitimately could have soloed me. And then once the Riley's gone, I've got the sustain, and I was able to win out. All right, let's get runes on the Riley real quick. So we need Riley around 206. Swift, rage, destroy, shield. Okay. So we're not gonna do. Okay, so we're not. Wait. Over Basha, accuracy. Let's take this. Yeah, you know, actually that's a good point. You should not be auto-selling purples, bro. You should be rolling. You should be rolling those. Hey guys, as Trendy said, if you're enjoying the stream, remember to smash that like button. I will say, Trendy, I see 59. I'm not sure why you saw 16, but even so, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please smash that like button. Yeah, it could have been a flat stat, actually. I didn't notice the rune at all. Lots of crit rate for the Riley. Alright, but this is the direction you want the Riley to be in. Oops. Again, just to re-emphasize, these builds should be rerun through the optimizer. The point here is to show you the direction of the builds, not... they're not perfect builds because they're not being run through the optimizer, but it's to show you the direction of where the build should be going. Yeah, the no skill ups on Riley is not ideal either, but with the skill 4 we'll make it work. She still heals on skill 1 and 4. Okay, do we have a build we can import from game here? It's actually not terrible. Let's do all 3 HP, Rage Swift, Destroy. What's this look like? 14 speed, Blade, Focus. Actually, the focus may not be bad. If we do this. No, that's worse. That's much worse. Okay. Oh yeah, the guard rune is OP, huh? Alright, I'm okay with guard here. We need the HP. Let's get this up. Come on, 3. Thank you, mana. Okay, Juno, so I would, I would use the settings I just set up, but one really important thing, on the gems and grinds here, automatically uncheck everything legend. So I put these flats in because you don't want to keep the hero flats. The, actually the resistance hero flat the resistance gem you can probably keep. So I put the flats in because you don't want to keep, well actually your hero, yeah, so it's going to check everything. The thing is it's going to check everything. So just when you're running R5, uncheck everything you see that's legend. Because you don't need to keep the hero attack plus and all that stuff. But you do, like flat, what I'm saying you don't need to keep like the hero flat stats. But you definitely want to keep the legend flats. So when you see legends, just uncheck them, but this way your auto cell is going to be updated a little bit. And I would be rolling more of the hero runes if I were you. I still use more hero runes than legend runes on my own account. I've got plenty of legend runes, but man, heroes are, a well-rolled hero is still better than most legends, man. Like, yeah, more runes that I use are hero than legend at this point, I would say. Weed, I would assume so. Tobacco, I don't know, but I've been vaping on stream for as long as I've been streaming. Riley's done, right? And then we threw some runes onto Fang. The Fang build, I want him to have more HP, but overall this isn't bad. I want him to have more HP and more accuracy, but overall this is a solid build, just the HP and the accuracy. I think that's probably all we're going to bring in for runes. So we identified your box, we identified your speed tuning range, kind of identified your core. You definitely want to devil the QD. You want to finish deviling the Masha. Like, you need a lot of devils. That's going to be a big thing for you. See, this is such a perfect response. When you first pick the QD and you get something like this, it's just free. I wish we had, see, like if we had Tessa ruined here, Tessa's a great pick here, Rakan's a great pick here, Carnell's a great pick here. I think we can probably get away with the Antares. Masha's gonna be good for us though. Let's go Masha Riley. Yeah, let's go Masha Riley. Riley stacks our Bulwark. He has to ban the Bulwark. He has to ban the Bulwark. Light Monkey first pick fit in games is because Juno does not have the ability to contest speed. He's kind of slow. So in this case, what I'm trying to do is get them to respond with some sort of immunity that allows me to pick the Molong Bulwark combination. I'm actually using Light Monkey as a decoy in an effort to get the Molong Bulwark combination out. This is a bluff, like he's banning the Riley, but he has to ban the Bulwark. There's no way he doesn't ban the Bulwark, so this actually makes my Light Monkey stronger by banning the Amelia. Now I've got kind of my core comp. He is going to get the strip into CC on turn 1, but he doesn't really have kill potential. So he's going to struggle. Actually, do we do just resistance? Nothing's built on res, but he may not have accuracy either. This is also just testing fit in games, so anytime you build an RTA team, you need to test and see what your opponent's responses are going to be. In this case, ooh, you know what? Am I in front? Yes, I am. Nice. Oh, bad resistance, but even so. Let's just stun you, or not. Masha's in front, so yeah, we can just cleanse here. Actually, did I get baited? Should I have just gone S2 there? I should have gone S2. Yeah, I think I should have gone S2. I misplayed that. I don't know that it's gonna matter, but I definitely should have gone S2. Because why give him a free setup with the Carnell, right? Alright, so I wanted to snipe the Juno here, but I didn't want to snipe the Sagar because the Molong takes more damage when we go into the Sagar like this. So the Molong's basically dead. I'm just trading right now. But I think I'm okay with the trade, I think. Let's do this. So he can't dot me on the S2 comeback. Okay, that was nice. That was less nice. Ooh, that was nice. That was less nice. Do I just YOLO out? No, I'm in front with the Riley, right? I was just thinking like the one way I get burned here is if the Juno counters me again. I think we're good though. We don't want to proc the Volantis there. Now we can try for the stun. Oh man, this monkey never stuns. Alright, now we can try for the stuns. Ooh, double revenge. That's okay. Hey, monkey got stuns. Let me get a little bit of a heal and we're good. Okay. So, in that case, yeah, I really should have gone S2 with the Riley on turn 1. I should not have given the Sagar like a free provoke. There was no need. I wasn't like desperately in need to get rid of the stun that was on the light monkey. He could have always procced out. There were a lot of reasons there why it was kind of a waste for me to use the cleanse there. So this is several times we've seen Josephine to counter first pick light monkey. Josephine does stack the Bulwark, which is nice. Josephine is also super weak to the Fang and the Diana here. So we don't have anything Rune that can reset. I don't think I'm too worried about the Perna in general. I feel like the Diana is probably the ban. So if we're gonna ban the Diana, then we don't need the Antares. We never ruined him. I guess it's either Bulwark or Masha. If I bring the Masha, so he has to, the thing is he has to ban Bulwark because of the Fellery of Josephine. So if I bring the Masha, I can ban this Josephine. And then I've got my Riley Masha comp. Honestly, you know, they're talking about speed, bro. It's not even about the speed, man. Seriously, it's not. What it's about is efficiency. You right now have just a need for general efficiency, and believe it or not, blue runes can be efficient. I have blue runes that have gotten over 100% with good gems and grinds. So if you roll one roll into speed on a blue rune and it becomes 12 speed and then you grind it out to 16 speed and it's like a 95% efficient rune, that's going to help you, especially if it's slot 2, 4, 6 type rune. So generally speaking, as long as if you're at a stage of game where a 95 to 100% efficiency rune with 12 to 16 speed helps you, then you should still be rolling blues. And that goes for everybody. And it's not about what stage of game it's not about evaluating your stage of game, it's really more about evaluating your opponents. He gave me the Bulwark, holy crap. I might have a damage issue. I did not for a second think he would give me that Bulwark. That's gonna help. Finally, Diana's down. We also had a speed tuning issue there. It wasn't really a tuning issue because this wasn't... I mean, everything's built kind of around where it should be, but it was an issue in that that he cut. So our units are tightly tuned, but his units were tuned in the same range as ours, and he got the cut. One of the benefits of running slow is usually that you will not be cut as much, but in this case we did get cut, and I think we just lost this. Yeah, him getting the cut with the Felleria to keep the Diana alive was an issue because the Masha couldn't target the Ajir. This Ajir is just going nuts, man. And then because I was just about to say, because the Ajir has an HP reduction in his Berserk mode on top of it, I can't actually break this shield with the Bulwark S3. Oh, nice. Nicely done, man. That was a nice draft by him. I did not expect to lose that at all. Did not expect to lose that at all. Thing with Josephine, if you look at her win rates over the last couple of seasons, she's not like a super effective monster. It's just that when she starts to go proc crazy, she's so frustrating that it feels like she's effective. But she's not actually effective, she just feels effective. Kind of tempted to go Fang right here, honestly. Because I don't want him to take the Fang. I don't want him to have the double defense scaling units. We don't have a lot of options. We don't have a lot of stuff ruined. But I think Fang beats Fermion in a fight 1v1 also. No, I'm doubly glad I took the Fang. Do we have anything that can beat Artemiel Rune? Yeah, Molong, that's about it. I have to go with Riley. Alright, we can handle the Garo. We assume he's gonna ban Bulwark with Amelia on the field, right? But even if he bans the Bulwark... we have to do that. Oh, okay. Okay. That sucks, John. That's brutal. Yeah, Bulwark, go ahead and crit, man. Go ahead and crit. Do your thing. Oh! He didn't get through it, huh? Well, he's still dead, but wow. Artifact damage is real. Artifact damage is a thing. Dude, that Fermion's hitting like a truck, too. I need to heal. I think I need to heal. Let's test you. 49, so he's an HP built. He's built an HP. Okay. I think the Fang can beat the Fermion 1v1. I do wish the Fang had resistance, but I still think the Fang beats Fermion 1v1. So let's get rid of this Artemiel. Just a little bit more in case he's damaged down from water. That guarantees a kill. Side text, generally speaking, I've never run a Vamp Molong, and I don't really see a lot of reason to run one. But if you are going to run a Vamp Molong, the one reason that you would run it is because you're using your attack buffers in front of Molong. So, for example, Riley, like speed tuning Riley to Molong is always tricky. Do you run the Riley in front of Molong, and then you don't have a heal after the Molong uses his S3? But you get attack buffs on the rest of your comp, or do you run the Riley after Molong, and then you lose your attack buffs, which is what helps you set up the Molong. So it's kind of just a question of tuning. If you want to run the Molong after your Riley so that your attack buff can set up like your Dominic in front of the Molong, then you might want to run a Vampire Molong so that the Molong doesn't leave himself next to dead. I personally prefer the Vile Molong. Last season I ran Riley in front and I just usually used Molong to make a trade. This season I've been running the Riley behind. I'm not sure if I like it more that way or not, kind of on the fence, but that's what I'm doing so far, and I'm just testing. But generally speaking, Molong's cooldown is so long that I really don't love him on Vampire, because if he gets stunned a couple of times, it's like 7-8 turns before that Reckless is up. And it's just too long. Hey, congrats on the Martina, Pegleg. I pulled Talasha, which is the light Undyne. I'm sure nobody knew that. I pulled Talasha today, so I now officially only need 2 dark LD4s. Martina and Deborah. Of course.
Good old fade out. Yeah. Sorry, I was like, what is he trying to do?
And that actually is not a bad draft that he's got running right there. I don't think I actually want turn 1. And I don't want to risk a despair stun into the Shizuka by taking turn 1. Bro, Edgar, huge grats on the Nephthys, man. She's OP, bro. Seriously, super OP. So, oh, I was literally going to say, we're going to S1 the Charlotte with Ryu because we don't want to risk a stun. Because we don't want the Shizuka to push out the AoE stun. So, what happens? We freaking land both debuffs on Charlotte. Jinx, so this is the first time I've actually tried this, and the way it was done was just by drawing using our bot. Bro, Hobo, trust me when I tell you I feel your pain. I have a lot of LD5, so it doesn't seem like it, but I am way behind on rates. Everything I spend on the game goes into LD scrolls. So I have 9 LD5s, but I've summoned at least 3,500 scrolls, probably more. Wow, just keep landing everything. Oh, wake him up, okay. That works. Maybe it works, I don't know yet. Am I gonna get a turn with this Bulwark? I may not get a turn with him. Stun. No. Lima is 7 LD5s by herself, bro. Dude, he just lands everything. Not much I can do. Bulwark procs. If Bulwark gets a turn and he procs, we have a chance. If he doesn't proc, it's over. And he's not going to get a turn. Charlotte gets the kill right here, right? Yeah. Okay, that's over. Alright, so I think this is going to be the last wing, Juno. You get the idea of the team. Honestly, I'm very limited because we only have like 7 or 8 monsters built, so there's not a lot that I can do in some of these drafts. But you do at least get the idea of where we're going. So some of the key things for you, get your speed tuning tightened up. That's going to be a big thing. Of course, these need to be run back through the optimizer. Get your speed tuning tightened up. Yeah, this is all we've got to counter this team. This is all we've got. I mean, I'll be honest, you won't make C1 this season. You could get there eventually. You really could get there eventually. We're just going to do the same exact draft. I think he probably wins this again. But if we don't stun the Charlotte on the first turn, and if the Charlotte doesn't get as many despair stuns, we have a chance. I think he's favored pretty heavily in this draft, though. We don't have the right counters ruined yet. Same thing. There we go. Now we glance. That's much better. He doesn't get the... I forgot about all the sleeps he got on the Bulwark, too. That was really huge. So now we can actually snipe the Tiana out. So this is a different match now. It's a very different match now. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's the same match. Maybe it's the same match. Come on, bro. You gonna sleep? Oh. Dude, it's a Hathor. Oh, what was up with that, man? What was up with that? AoE sleeps. Again! This guy winning the lottery over here. Come on. Oh, bro. How do you get such RNG? No limits. I think it's worth starting a new account. Nobody says that you automatically have to make G3 or anything like that, right? There's people playing at all levels of the game. And the game is still fun, and it's still, you still have to be creative. I'm having fun playing on Juno Reaper's account right now. It's a different tier of game than I play at. So definitely think it's worth starting an account, for sure. You're gonna stun the Bulwark again, aren't you? Oh, okay. He's gonna sleep the Bulwark. Dude, this guy does not miss a chance to proc or land everything. It's pretty crazy. The Charlotte doing an AoE sleep. That one was pretty nuts. Oh, wow. Okay. The amount of RNG it takes to miss nothing through an entire fight is just insane. On the flip side, oh, can we kill him? Okay. Yeah, sure. Sleep the Fang too. Have at it, bro. Have at it. Are you kidding me right about now? Dude, this is insane. Okay. I yield. I actually, you know what? The first time I thought he outdrafted me, after watching the fight for a longer period, I don't think he outdrafted me. I think that was just like idiotic RNG, but I don't think he actually outdrafted me. It's about 22% chance on the sleep, and the Charlotte was just AoE sleeps every time. The Shizuka was 2 turns every time. Abellio's like a 38% chance to stun. He landed every stun. Like, he needed so much to go right for that win to take place. That first match, the Triana sleeps are something like 17%, and he hit 2 or 3 Triana sleeps in that first match, which was actually the difference maker, but... Anyway, all right, Juno Weeper. Juno Weeper. What did I just read? I read something. Juno Reaper. There you go, bro. You get the idea of where we're going with the team. These are the monsters that I would rune. I think we need to drop the Ethna. I don't think you're going to get runes on the Ethna. I really wish you could. I think Ethna would fit really well into your team. We're going to leave the Ethna. You're going to struggle to get some of these units ruined. You're only going to get one big Swift set. I don't think that Swift set can go on to Chloe because your damage output is too low. Like, for the types of monsters that we have ruined, Chloe only works if you can snipe something off the bat. You're not going to really be playing those snipe types of teams. So I think we drop the Chloe. I think the Moore is fine where he's at. The Chiwu can go on a slightly faster despair set, and then the Yogan can go on a faster despair set. Take him off of the Swift. Put him on a despair, not faster, put him on a despair set somewhere around the Moore. And... obviously, just get everything else in here tuned. I think we can drop the Tiana. Tiana is nice as a bluff, but I don't think she actually works in your comp. And in Fighter 3, you have people who ban some things that you don't expect. So sometimes you could outsmart yourself. I don't think the Tiana is going to do enough for you there. Daphnis, I think, is worth playing, probably in a double Nemesis will build. I think everything else here kind of fits. And... you get the idea of the core. I don't know if first pick Light Monkey is the way to go for you. If you should switch over to first pick Masha, because our most effective drafts all use the Masha. The Masha build was working really well. She does need about 3-4k more HP, which there's a couple of runes in here that are ungrinded. And again, I just want to keep emphasizing that these are not final builds. You saw me do them all on stream. It was not run through the optimizer. There's some gems and grinds and stuff you can do to tweak the builds, but it gives you an idea of the direction. So you want Masha to have lots of HP with some attack on a crit damage build. You want the Ryu to be pretty tanky. It'd be nice if he had more attack to deal with Douglas, but mostly you just want him really tanky. You want your Mo Long, obviously super tanky. So these are the types of builds that you want to go in. The Riley, drop the crit rate and add resistance if you can. She doesn't need all this crit rate. She definitely does not need accuracy. In terms of Devilmon priority, this is your first. Definitely the QD is first. I would finish the Masha. I think this is your second because you started with her. And then I would move on to the Riley. So that's your Devil priority out of this box. It's going to be the QD, followed by the Masha, followed by the Riley. And then actually, no, it's going to be QD followed by Masha followed by Rakan because he only needs 2 more, followed by Riley. So I'd go in that order. QD, Masha, Rakan, and then Riley. The Riley, if you can get some done through fusions, I would. But because I think you're mostly free to play and fusions do eat a lot of resources, I wouldn't necessarily recommend forcing those fusions through. But yeah, this is kind of where I would go for you, man. I would be doing bruiser built around the QD, experiment with some different picks, and experiment with QD at different points in the draft, because you don't know specifically, like, it helps to see how people respond to what you're doing, and then learn from their responses. So when I was first picking QD, almost every response was, no, Robert, in this case, because he's got the QD, I'm thinking about Recon for the provokes, man. I think you use the QD to sleep everybody, and then when they come out of sleep, use the Recon to provoke. And so you need that collapse up. But the Recon's also going to be built in bio in that particular build. Yeah, Axe can tell you about the QD response, but Axe also has like Ragdoll and Tian Lang to follow up. What up, Axe? How you doing, man? Juno, yeah, you can ask one more question, bro. Shoot. But that's it, bro. That's my thoughts for where I would go on your account if I were you. I definitely think your best first pick is going to be either QD or Masha. I think it's going to be one of those two. I don't know which one for you, but I think the Molong Bulwark, you're able to rune them really well on your account. They don't need a ton of speed. And so I think using the QD as a decoy to set up the Molong Bulwark is big. Where I found we really needed that Masha was because we didn't have enough damage in the other drafts without the Masha. So like the Fang damage is normally good, but because you don't have a lot of OP artifacts yet, the Fang damage wasn't there for us. Fang also needs a resistance build. He was getting CC'd way too much. The thing is, Wojo, Masha being picked first may put Juno into situations that he can't counter with his box. So it's kind of the same thing, you know, it's like me talking about my account. Me picking first pick Masha puts me into too many situations where I can't draft Julianne and I'm losing the strength of my box. I think him first picking Masha is going to put him into a lot of situations where he can't pick the QD and he loses the strength of his box. But I would test both of them because that's just a guess. No speed leads, right? Okay. On occasion, but would you run that in your core? Okay, Fedora it is. Trying to tank out, or I don't know what that was about. Oh, wow. I just fell for something, didn't I? I just fell for something. Dude, nice on you. Seriously, nice on you. I didn't realize Fedora was AoE indoor. I thought he was single target indoor. I thought Fedora only gave indoor to himself. Nicely done, bro. Seriously, nicely done. Alright. Well-earned win. Well-deserved win. Yeah, I logged out already, you know. Oh, yeah, you know, siege defense is a whole other long thing. I wouldn't have been able to do that today, bro. Yeah, that's a whole other multi-hour. No, I outspeed, right? Okay. Wow, he gave me the Tessa, huh? Yeah, John, I didn't realize that he had gotten that buff. I mean, obviously it's a funny gimmick. I wonder if that guy was streaming. I feel like I just got like shown up on stream, honestly. I feel like that's the type of thing you do when you're streaming. But it was actually kind of funny, man. That was like I said, good on him, man. I didn't realize that Fedora did that, and it was just good on him. What up, Five? How you doing, man? Doing better, Devin. Doing better, man. Now I'm on my account, Pepina. Now I'm on my account. Volantis is really good in RTA. He just, he has a lot of counters, and he is, of course, a little RNG based, but he's a really, really strong RTA monster. I've had Volantis for a long time, actually. Did he really just AoE stun me? Oh, rip, bro. Rip, rip, rip. Yeah, Pepina, more than a few months. More than a few months. But yeah, I pulled several last year. I pulled a couple of good ones last year. Alright, I guess we can stop there, top 500. Alright guys, so here's the deal. We are going to wrap up stream with some replay analysis. We'll do like 5 or so replays. We'll do them by random drawing. I need a quick restroom break. Yeah, my Dominic's bruiser. My Dominic's bruiser. So we'll do the replays by random drawing. There you go, guys. That's open. The Ethna artifacts here. I'll leave this here. I'm gonna do a quick restroom break, and I'll be right back, guys. All right, and then here's the Ethna runes. All right, so I've only got 2 in 4 replays right now, so we'll leave it open until the end of this wing, and then we'll see how many are in, and if it stays low, then we'll just go through the whole queue. He's gonna have an Ongi-Uki. For a Bastet to play in this comp, I feel like he's gonna have an Ongi-Uki. What a daftness, huh? Okay. It's already thinking about Triana. That's Zeratu, man. I had forgotten Zeratu strip. Somebody busted me with the Zeratu recently because of his strip. Nice combination too, the Masha Zeratu. Like, that's how I learn about buffs, is when people play them against me. I won't forget Fedora, and I remember now that Zeratu strips. I don't know if I have the ability to kill this Zeratu. Also, how much accuracy does the Masha have? Wow, is he gonna proc me or kill me? Just barely. Just barely. Never mind. Okay. Nah, no use for a dupe Zyros at all. What's up, Nishan? How you doing, man? Yeah, Zeratu's pretty legit now. Alright, so we wound up with 5 people, so we'll go ahead and do the 5 replays. Guys, you can share those into 8895. So we're in channel 8895 here. We'll get the replays shared in, and we'll do the analysis. Honestly, Papa Panda, I don't even use one Zyros in Siege. That feels a little YOLO to me. It's just arena offense for me. Maybe occasionally TOA Hell if I'm, not TOA Hell, TOA Hard. Like if that's what I have Rune. I've been wanting to try Shizuka Beelzebub. I feel like I can do it this time. I feel like I can probably do it this time. I think it might make sense here. He has to ban this Tessa, right? Is he gonna give me Tessa Shizuka? Is he gonna give me Tessa Shizuka into 4 units that work on passives? Yeah. There's absolutely no way. There's absolutely no way, right? So this is pretty risky. Me giving him the Dominic Nana is pretty risky, but I just wanted to see how this would work, honestly. What? He counts as having full HP? He counts as having full HP? I didn't know that. Dude, and then I burned the cooldown. He procced me out anyway, but it didn't matter. Alright, so Shizuka Beelzebub, not a good combination. I said I had been wanting to test it. There you go. Wow. He procced out the Beelzebub revive anyway, but yeah, I did not know that. Okay. Alright, good to know. Alright, so here's Axe. We'll start with Axe. Alright, so first of our replays, we've got Axe, who actually had his ragdoll stolen from him. Yeah, Nishana, you saw it, man. You saw it here. It did not work. Did not work. Alright, so Axe is, actually, we need to see who takes first, because they changed this whole thing into, like, showing the head-to-head. So it actually is Lucky Me who took first pick. Okay. Guys, if you can let me know who had first pick. If you can let me know who has first pick on your fights, that's going to help. Alright, so Lucky Me going first, dropping the Nephthys. Axe coming back with the Masha and the Sekhmet. So I definitely like the Sekhmet here. Masha's interesting into Nephthys, because if he runs full CC, the Masha's just going to get silenced and not get a turn. So that one feels a little risky to me, but I like the Sekhmet, of course. Then he comes back, Lucky Me coming back with the Ragdoll and the Juno, Axe dropping Tian Lang, and it's over at that point. I mean, seriously, Tian Lang is a force ban, Axe just gets to do whatever he wants from there, and then brings the Mo Long with him as well. So I assume at this point, Axe is just looking at a Nephthys ban, so he's setting up with the Mo Long Masha. No sustain up to this point, which is interesting. Lucky Me comes back with the Shihu, which is a solid counter to the Masha. And then obviously lots of CC. A little bit weak though into the double stripping pandas plus the strip from the Sekhmet. So Shihu's a little bit risky here as well, but a nice Masha counter. Then he comes out with the Nana. Now in this particular draft, Axe does not have enough protection. So if he kind of has to let either the Nephthys or the Nana through, because if you let the Nephthys through, the ban is actually the Juno. And otherwise you're giving him the Juno-Nephthys combination, which is way too powerful. So you're either banning the Nephthys or the Nana here. Axe going last pick with the Riley, which we kind of expect the Riley to get banned at this point. He's playing it like the Tian Lang is the force ban, but I actually don't know. Actually, Lucky Me has no sustain at all. So I think he does have to ban the Tian Lang and let the Riley through. That's going to hurt. So he's got to ban the Tian Lang, let the Riley through. So the Axe is going to assume that he's got the Riley, Mo Long, Masha, Sekhmet combination. At that point, I think we risk letting the Nephthys through and banning the Nana and just sniping the Nephthys while we have Riley protection. So I think that's going to be the play. We're going to have the Nana ban and we're going to have the Tian Lang ban. What up, Michael? How you doing, man? We do wind up getting the Nana, but we get the Riley. He does let the Tian Lang through. So after Axe coming out first pick, gets the reset on the Nephthys, which is obviously really huge. Tian Lang gets only one stun on the reset Nephthys. Shihu's got huge artifact damage, but the Axe Masha's tanky, about 30k HP on the Masha. Masha just barely surviving, gets into the Nephthys, gets a pretty clutch proc. Mo Long then stuns the Ragdoll, procs another clutch proc, and snipes out the Juno. At this point, it's just Shihu against the world. That's not going to be enough. Masha's dismounted, but the Ragdoll is gone. So it's Shihu 1v4, and then Lucky Me Axe starts emoting. Bro, why would you make me show an emote on stream? That's just not right. But this Shihu has absolutely no chance against multiple strippers, and it's an easy win right there. Nice draft, man. Nice draft. Alright, I don't see... Okay, so here's some of the replays. So we've got Wojo. We've got Wojo and Axe. Actually, no, this one shows it as Wojo drafting first. Okay, So Wojo's gonna take first pick of the Oliver right here. Opponent comes out with the Masha Wu. So this is a play on Masha Riley, which is what I've been using to counter. I feel like the Riley is better because of the S4, but got you, bro, got you. Yeah, to me, there's, because, yeah, well, you've heard me complain enough about emotes. Yeah, all right. So, Wojo coming out with the first pick Oliver. Opponent comes out Wusa Masha. Like I said, I like the Riley a little bit more, but I think Wusa's fine here as well. It's the same concept of the counter. Wojo coming out with the Yogun, who we haven't seen as much lately, but I still think is really viable. And then the Chung. Opponent bringing out the Douglas, which this is super early to bring out Douglas, especially into the Yogun attack buff when Wojo has 2 picks left. Really strange pick to bring Douglas this early. Douglas is a 5th pick, makes sense, but as a 3rd pick, I don't know. Then he brings out the Abellio. The Abellio's not the greatest pick here either because Wojo's playing reset, not playing damage, but Abellio can still be a giant pain. Even so, man, this is a water unit that's easy to reset into double wind damage right here, so I'm not really in love with either of these picks. The Abellio makes a little more sense to me. The Douglas here, it's just too early. And then Wojo dropping the Ciara Gianna combination, which just turned everything in front of him into food. Opponent coming out with the Diana, which is probably about the best he could do at that point, assuming he doesn't have Heigang. If he has Heigang, then Heigang's the pick. But assuming he doesn't have Heigang, Diana's probably about the best he could pick right here. At this point, I would say Wojo's got triple strip, so we're just ignoring the Wusa entirely. The Masha is probably the biggest threat because you've got the double bombers to deal with this. Abellio is very disruptive, but you've got double reset to deal with the Abellio. So I feel like you're probably just going to go ahead and ban the Masha. And then on his side, the ban's got to be Gianna. It's either Gianna or Oliver, but I feel like it's got to be Gianna because how do you let Gianna Chung through? As toxic as Oliver is, you can't really let Gianna Chung through. What up, Balefire? How you doing, man? Or Balefire, how you doing, man? So he bans the Ciara. And we do have the Masha ban. So Gianna missing the bomb, but she does get 2 stuns. We get the scroll trap on the Douglas. And then we get attack buffs for everybody. Diana procking out. Very scary moment right here as the Diana procs out, goes into the Chung. However, does not get the extra proc. Chung then AoE despair stuns. Oliver getting the reset on the Wusa, getting the reset on the Abellio, getting the reset on the Diana. Gianna doing Gianna things. At this team, Oliver proving that he is Zyros he's a better version of Zyros. The Diana just dead at this point. Gianna missing another bomb is kind of painful. Douglas has to go into the Gianna right here. So the Douglas has to go into the Gianna. The Abellio, I also might have gone S1 into the Gianna right there. Giving himself the heal didn't really do all that much. And the fear here is exactly that. You don't want Gianna to get a bomb onto the Douglas. So you stun the Gianna and you try and kill the Gianna. Because once the Gianna dies, Douglas can solo. Until then, until that Gianna's gone, there you go. She's just going to keep laying bombs on the Douglas and then that's GG. Now the Abellio right here doing Abellio things, but against the Oliver, Abellio is just food. Wusa's been reset way too many times. Smart play by Wojo right there, not doing the AoE with the Yogun. And then we're dropping one more bomb on the Douglas just for good measure right here. It's a very dead Douglas, and just keep going S1 into the Abellio, waiting for Douglas to finally take a turn, and GG. Nicely played right there. One of the key plays right there was you not going with... yeah, Axe, he should have shielded right there. Well, actually, no. I disagree, Axe. I feel like the transforming into the pony is the right play. I know that Diana's going to get trapped in human form, but if he shields, the shield just gets stripped off, and then you're dead anyway. You've been outdrafted really badly at that point. I don't know that I feel like the shield does enough for you there. I think your best hope is to strip that Chung, and then if the Diana procs, it gives you that 22% chance, right? You got that 22% chance to stun the Chung. If the 22% chance to proc with the Diana and make a decision, because then the stun is only 37. But I still think your best chance to win is to try and strip the Chung and stun him right there. You're banking on the proc. I don't know. All right, so there we go. That's Wojo and Axe. So we've got Realist, Column, and Devin remaining. Realist, Column, and Devin, you guys gotta let me know who you are. You're the last 3 who entered the queue. Because your names don't match up. So you're Dumar. Okay, so that's Dumar for Devin. What up, Gerald? How you doing, man? Okay, and then we got Ratman for Column. Okay, so Dumar was second pick. All right, so we've got Benz opening up with the Riley, Doomer coming out with the Fran and the Bulwark. So Bulwark is the perfect counter to Riley right here. I think the Fran is unnecessary. So I think you don't necessarily need to commit to the Fran at this point because the Bulwark's already going to eat the Riley alive. Instead, I want to put some pressure on my opponent with some damage. Now, I don't know what your box looks like. Mo Long is obviously the normal pick with the Bulwark, but I believe if you had Mo Long, we would have seen him. So instead, just anything that can do some big damage to go along with the Bulwark. I also would not be against just showing your Dark Monkey right here. Honestly, I feel like... that came out bad. But I feel like Dark Monkey is a very underrated and very strong unit. I know you're probably trying to like conceal it a little bit, but rather instead put some pressure on your opponent and see if you can force him to make a panic pick, because he won't be used to facing Dark Monkey on the second pick. It's a kind of an uncommon unit, and try and make your opponent make a mistake. But either way, I would want to see something that adds a little bit of damage to go with the Bulwark as opposed to the Fran right here. Now, opponent coming back with Carbine, which honestly just makes no sense. And then the Sekhmet, who's actually really good here because you do have so many buffs with the Fran. The Sekhmet can turn cycle like crazy. Carbine, though, Carbine's entire strength is basically countering AoE water units, which you have not drafted, so the Carbine doesn't make a lot of sense. Now, Dumar coming out with the Rika and the Aerials. So, Aerial's an interesting counter to Sekhmets. I don't hate it. I think maybe a unit that would do a little bit more in place of Aerial would be better, and you could have saved the Aerial for the 5th pick. But I do get what you're doing with the Aerial. Now, the Rika at this stage is really, really risky because your opponent's already drafted one immunity. Now, granted, Riley's immunity is not super coverage, right? Like it's not constant immunity. But even so, your opponent already has one immunity pick and you have no damage. So like you really have no damage except for the Bulwark at this point. So it'd be pretty easy for your opponent to come out here with, like, let's say Wusa and Lulu Bolt. And then he's got 3 immunity units along with the Sekhmet, which can control your team, and then the Carbine, and then he can just force ban whatever your last pick is and work down the Bulwark, or you could just ban the Bulwark, either way. Realistically, he's not coming out with Wusa and Lulu. It's just an example, but I would have saved the Rika for the 5th pick. So overall in your draft, I would have liked to have seen something like the Bulwark, Dark Monkey King coming out here earlier, and then maybe the Fran would have worked in this pick, or just the Aerial and no longer needing the Fran, because the Aerial covers you plenty well. You don't need the Fran and the Aerial Bolt, and then that would have allowed you to add some more damage into the comp. Now on the opponent's side, he does come out with immunity in the form of the Draco, but he doesn't have a lot of sustain, and you have a ton of sustain. And then he brings out this Carl, which is kind of an interesting pick. I think a lot of people don't really know entirely what Carl does. He's just huge snipe damage, but you're playing all bruisers right here. So Carl's best chance is maybe to snipe the Fran, so that tells you the Fran is coming through. So in this case, like your ban to me is probably the Riley, because then he has no sustain, and even if he manages to snipe your Fran, it won't matter. You're going to work him down from there. So I feel like you ban the Riley, you let him have the Draco, and you just wait him out. So you've got the single target strip from the Dark Monkey, you've got single target strip from Bulwark and Aerial. Draco's not going to be able to keep buffs up enough, and eventually the Rika's going to break through, and then he can't heal. And the Carl's going to kill the Fran, but not going to kill the Rika. I think Molly, Molong, Wusa, Carnell still viable. No, I don't personally find Molly to be a really strong RTA unit. A lot of people do. I don't. I think she's too RNG based. So in this case, we do get the Riley ban. We get the Fran ban, which does not make a lot of sense to me because Carl's entire role is to kill Fran, so I don't know why he banned the Fran. Draco allowing the team to take first turn, but also fully stacking the Bulwark. Now, Sekhmet gets the reset on the Dark Monkey. We're coming back now, though. We get a full heal after Carl's snipe. Carl went into the Eureka, not able to get the kill. Bulwark obviously getting the full heal. The defense breaks from the Draco, a little bit dangerous here, and then it's a Despair Sekhmet. That Despair Sekhmet right there getting 2 stuns, including the aerial, is absolutely huge, but the Carl not able to kill the Rika. Rika then dropping the debuffs. Aerial then clutch proc. Aerial with the clutch proc out of the stun, cleans up everything. Entire team is healthy. Carbine getting stunned by the fire unit because that's the whole thing we were talking about. We've got dots everywhere. The opponent has no sustain, and this is really completely over. I don't even think the Dark Monkey King went with a skill 3. I think he just skilled 1 with him. Here comes the skill 3, dropping huge damage, getting the stun, defense breaks, all the great things that he does. Yeah, Carnell and Molong are both still very good. Molong's still a top RTA unit. Carnell's still a top RTA unit. Molly has some situational use, but she's just not that good, man. She just adds RNG to the mix. That's the thing. She adds RNG to the mix. She's like a Hail Mary you throw up when you've been outdrafted and you can't think of anything else. But she's not going to win for you that often, and there's so many monsters that just do more than she does. There are situations, like if you get into a match where the opponent only drafts 1 damage dealer, if the opponent only drafts 1 damage dealer and you can ban that damage dealer out, then Molly will dominate them. So it's kind of like the same thing. Every monster has their role. Molly's role is when your opponent screws up their draft, and then she can just cause you, then she can just dominate. But you need the opponent to make that huge mistake first. And Molly has a fair number of counters, but the biggest counter to Molly is just damage, man. Just kill the units before Molly gets to heal, and it's GG. And this is coming from me, the dude who runs everything on crit rate runes, but I don't struggle against Molly. Alright, so we're looking for a Ratman 22's replay. Here we go. Alright, so Ratman getting first pick and dropping a little Jackson action. Liking it, man. Liking the Jackson. Jackson, I feel like, is super OP. Can't show his skills here, but he's basically just an anti-violent unit. He's like a variation of Tian Lang. I gotta remember. I remember the broad strokes of what he does, but not the specifics of his kit. I know he blocks procs, or not blocks procs, but let me see. So increases allies, attack bar of all allies by 10% each time the enemy decreases an ally. So he gives your team a push up every time. It's basically Masha's passive for the whole team. And then in addition, he boosts your own attack bar. That's what it is. So he blocks control, not procs. I think I remembered that wrong. Okay. Yeah, so he's got kind of Masha's old passive, but it's AoE for the team. He's actually a really good Masha combo also. Because it's basically Masha's passive got replaced for a better one, but her old passive did work great for her, and now Jackson would just let her keep her old passive back, and then you could just play the Masha with the Jackson. But okay, so Ratman opening up first pick with the Oliver, and then EJ Life coming out with Pontos Jaeger, which honestly is just a terrible. I mean, the dude's obviously just trying to flex his LD5s, right? He's got 5 LD5s in the draft. He's obviously just trying to show his LD5s. But Pontos, not very good in this meta to begin with. Not great in general, but especially in this meta, not very good. The only thing that Pontos really does is a speed lead, but you're not really trying to contest speed when your follow-up is Jaeger. So, the Pontos Jaeger counter to Oliver making no sense at all. Ratman coming back with the Ciara and the Vertihile. So good turn cycling here. We can assume this is probably a Swift Vertihile. Now, EP Life coming out with Tian Lang, which obviously is a great counter to all three of these units. The Tian Lang is OP, and then the Light Art Master, which I think is just big raw damage. But there's no setup here. There's no defense break, no attack buff. I don't think the Light Art Master really does much. I mean, his passive is killing monsters through death prevention, but you don't have any death prevention. Just another unit that doesn't make sense. The Jaeger, not the worst pick in the world, but the Pontos and the Light Art Masters, just a case of somebody forcing their LDs into a draft where they don't make sense. Now, Ratman coming out with the Chung and the Jackson. So, Jackson obviously going to have a massive boost on both the Ciara and the Vertihile, which is a really solid combination right here. The Chung providing the strip in order to set up for the Oliver, and then the Jackson also going to have an impact on the Gianna that wasn't picked yet, but the last pick of the Gianna. Does Jackson? I think Jackson may also actually partially counter Tian Lang. Now that I think about it, because Tian Lang's got some attack bar pushback in there, Jackson may actually partially counter Tian Lang as well. So. In your case, Ratman, I do kind of wish you had one more strip in here, but I think the Jackson Ciara Vertihile combination is so good. You've got double speed leads. You do put your opponent in a really difficult choice, but I feel like if he drafted better and bans the Chung, you're pretty vulnerable, because then he just lets you go first. And he could have just done something like a last pick Rika right here, which would have been a force ban. So if he had a better draft up to this point, he could drop a last pick Rika on you and you'd be in trouble because the Rika's a force ban. He gets his comp however he wants it. He's kind of doing that with the Gianna, but Rika's actually much better in that situation because the Gianna is basically going to try and kill everything and not succeed, where the Rika can actually give lots of CC and kind of dot it all down. So to me, that is a challenge. I don't know how you really fix it, but that's a challenge in your comp. I feel like the Oliver is probably going to play better as a Moor. I think the Moor synergizes with Jackson a little bit, and it gives you that second strip. And obviously, yeah, you just need that second strip. So maybe a Moor instead of Oliver. I really do like the idea of Jackson and Masha together, and Jackson, Masha, Ciara, Vert is pretty OP, so obviously there's a variety of drafts, but in this particular draft, I feel like the more first pick, so if I were you, it would have gone Ciara first pick, so that I could make a decision based on the opponent's response, because Ciara is going to be in the comp either way. More might be a little bit more variable. Anyway, the opponent last picked Gianna, just like the LD. He's trying to do like the same concept of a Rika pick, but using all LDs. Overall, very weak draft here, and the Tian Lang, great LDs. He's got great LDs, but they just don't make a lot of sense in the way that he's drafted them. So he does ban the Chung, which is the correct play. He gets the Pontos immunity. And then we're going to turn cycle a little bit here. We get the strip on the Gianna. We get the strip into the reset, which is very nice. Drop in the bomb. And now we are going to have to deal with some big damage from the Jaeger and possibly big damage from the Art Master. The Gianna's already dead. That was a wasted bomb right there, bro. There was no need to... You never detonated. So here's the thing. You did not detonate with Ciara, so you're not cycling the turn 3. And the Gianna was already dead to one bomb. So you could have just gone with an S1 and left her cooldown up. There was no need to drop that second bomb. Alright, Light Art Master is going to go ahead and drop the Scroll Trap. Does the strip, which doesn't matter. Jaeger drops the Oliver. Ponto's getting the silence on the Ciara, but Ciara able to cycle back in front. Also really nice artifact damage on that Ciara. Strip going into the Jaeger, but ooh, this is going to be tricky. Now we get the no detonate. No detonate reads the Scroll Trap right. So that was a nice. Wait, no, did not read the Scroll Trap right. Jaeger does get. Okay, actually, wait, no, yeah, you wouldn't have detonated because you couldn't stun Jaeger. Yeah, nicely played, bro. Nicely played. As far as holding that detonation, that was really nicely played. patience to get the second bomb up and make sure the Jaeger dies was the entire key to that match right there. Honestly, I mean, I'm watching it in real time. I think in the game I might not have detonated, but in real time I was like, wait, why didn't he detonate? And yeah, that was the key to your match right there. So very nicely done. All right, last replay is Column. Column, let me know who you are in game. Wait, there we go. Column. Oh no, Column is Ratman. My bad. Column is Ratman. Last replay is Realist. Last replay is Realist. So Realist, let me know who you are in game. Solar Flare. Okay. Oh, there you go. Solar Flare and Solar equals Realist. Alright, so here we go. Solar Flare. We're seeing a lot of Oliver in these replays, guys. Solar Flare opening up. This C3, by the way, opening up first pick Oliver. And Gilaki coming back with the Ryu and the Masha. So this is kind of an interesting counter. Obviously, Masha is the meta counter to Oliver right now. The Ryu feels a little bit scarier to me because if the Ryu, I mean, he's using the Ryu for a strip speed lead, right? But if the Ryu's got a chance to glance on the Oliver, not get pushed back, also a slower speed lead. I don't know if I feel like the Ryu and the Masha synergize as well here. I don't know about this one. Like, cause if we look ahead in his draft with the Miles and the Segment, right? Like maybe Segment Masha right here. I don't know if he's just really afraid of not getting that speed lead. Maybe he doesn't have a lot of speed leads. But I feel like the Segment Masha would have allowed him to draft the same team without committing to a possibly weaker monster in the Ryu early on. So, just my thought here. But we've got the Ryu Masha counter, so Solar Flare committing to contesting turn 1 brings out the Ciara and the Realist. Brings out the Ciara and the Heigang. So Heigang here also a little bit scary because of the fact that if Ryu pushes back, then the Heigang doesn't actually allow the cut. Heigang is a hard counter to a monster like Chung or Yogun, but is not a guaranteed counter against Ryu, which I'm pretty sure Realist knows because he just said not well picked by me. But just talking to people on stream. So Heigang doesn't really counter the Ryu as well as he does like a Chung or a Yogun. Also doesn't counter monsters like Chiwu, Triton, Wunsa. Mostly what he counters is his brothers. A couple of other situations, but the main ones he counters are his brothers. So with the Ciara Heigang now, Glocky is coming out with the Miles and the Segment. So very much committed to contesting turn 1. At this point we have 1 speed lead. So his draft actually came out a little bit more balanced by the 4 pick. I just feel like the Ryu was maybe picked a little bit earlier than it needed to be picked. So I think if we went something like Segment Masha followed by Miles Ryu, the draft makes a little bit more sense to me. But so we come out with the Miles and the Segment, very much committing to turn 1. Realist dropping the Susanna with that recent buff where he's more likely to be glanced upon, and then of course it's going to be a vampire build with max resistance, and then dropping the Gianna as somewhat of a force ban. So the Susanna here also giving us a 3rd speed lead. We don't really need it, but it gave a 30 lead into the Heigang if for some reason he wanted to use it. Of course, the Oliver's getting through in this case because the Gianna is a force ban, so we're going to have the 33 lead from the Oliver. And we would probably just take the Ciara 24 lead anyway. Glocky coming out with the Douglas, which is really interesting because the Douglas signals a Susano ban. The Douglas signals a Susano ban, but if Realist were to ban them more, then the odds are that the Segment's getting outsped and the Gianna is just going to take over this team. So the Douglas is countered by 2 units. Actually 3 units. The Douglas is countered by Susano, Ciara, and Gianna. May also be partially countered by the Oliver as Oliver gets stronger as the fight goes along. Douglas just an absolute terrible pick here, to be honest. He's countered by everything. But that is the pick, and then if I had to read it, the Douglas signals to me that he's banning Susano because the Susano just dominates Douglas. But we know he's not letting the Gianna through. So I think maybe the strategy was he might have just like timed out, not being sure what to draft, and the strategy was to try and make a bluff. That's kind of how I read this, as possibly a bluff. Yeah, no, the Gianna's the automatic ban. You cannot let Gianna through here. You just can't. In this match, you can't let the Gianna through. It's over if you do. So the Gianna's the ban, and then on Solar Flare's side, he's got multiple speed leads. We know the Gianna's getting banned, but that means you're still getting the Ciara Heigang Oliver combination. So you're going to ban the Ryu to make sure the opponent can't cut, and you're going to trust that your Heigang can outspeed the Sekhmet and the Miles, or that the Miles does not get a stun because he's not a guaranteed stun. So I think we're going to see a Ryu ban, and I think we're going to see a Gianna ban. And we wind up seeing the Masha ban to go with the Gianna ban. So Sekhmet comes in, tries to reset the Miles. Sekhmet doing Sekhmet things. Miles going into the Susano. Susano getting back to full health right away. All right, we got lost for a second there. I got lost for a second there in the match. Lost track of one thing in the draft, and that messed me up because my brain was like running behind. Oh crap, I might need you to reshare one more time. I think it scrolled out, bro. Can you share that replay one more time? Francis, light weapon master. I don't know that he makes a lot of sense as a bruiser, because then he's just a worse Yogun, to be honest. He can be built as a bruiser, but I feel like that would just make him a worse Yogun. You say unlucky, I say that's what Sekhmet does all the freaking time. Alright, so we had the Masha ban over there. Okay, Sekhmet coming out, misses the reset on the Oliver. Miles misses the stun, actually gets resisted on the stun against the Susano. So it did activate, it just got resisted. Oliver now resetting the Miles. Susano just about killing the Miles. Miles is dead to the dot, really. Douglas does get a counter into the Heigang and actually lands the brand, but that Ryu now is fully reset. Ryu's done. Ryu's out of the match. The Sekhmet gets reset there as well. Douglas does get the brand into the Ciara, but the Ciara is about to drop a bomb onto the... doesn't even matter. I was going to say the Ciara is going to drop a bomb onto the Oliver, but Suzanne's got this, bro. Susano's got this, excuse me. So Ciara going ahead and detonating. It's 4v1. Nice. It is absolutely a nice demonstration of Susano. It was, like, seriously, the Douglas pick just made no sense whatsoever here. But it also shows how when people talk about how Douglas can't be beaten, look at what Susano did against Douglas right there. And Susano, obviously, the resistance against the Miles was not an accident because Miles is pretty stat hungry. The odds are that Miles was not max accuracy. Susano gets 50 resistance on his passive. So you can actually build a max resistance Susano, which is only 50 res, just through innates. Like, you don't even need resistance on a single rune. If you just get innates, and then maybe, I guess maybe you need like 10 resistance on one rune and then 5 max innates. But you can do a max res Susano without really wasting any rolls. And then he gets that glancing to boot. So the Miles did true damage into the Susano, but the Susano survived, healed itself right back up. Yeah, exactly. Susano is tricky. He's one of those monsters, I feel like it can get to the point where people, then you have to draft him at the right times. That's the main thing. You have to draft him at the right times, but as long as you draft him at the right times, he can just absolutely take over. And I think he beats a fair amount of the meta right now. So nice Susano showcase right there. All right, guys, this was my first stream coming back out of the COVID, and I'm sure you guys, for those who were here for a lot of the stream, you saw just a little bit lower on the energy level. Hope, as always, you guys enjoyed the stream, but I am going to go get a little bit of coffee, a little bit of rest. We're going to wrap up stream from there. So guys, I will catch you on the next stream. Thank you guys for all hanging out, and we'll catch you on the next stream. Have a good one, guys.